Nikki, you want to do a roll call?
Thank you, Chair Bone. We'll start with you.
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Good morning.
Supervisor Wilson,
Present.
Supervisor Madrone,
Present.
and Supervisor Arroyo.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, please salute our flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, Miss CAO?
Good morning, Chair. There are no modifications to the agenda today, so with that, we can roll right into budget presentations. And up first, we have the Auditor Controller, and Cheryl Dillingham is present to present to your board.
Yay. And her trusty sidekick. I told him this morning, wear tattered clothes when you're coming asking for money, not a suit.
Okay. So, Nikki, do you put it up or?
Yeah, it's coming up.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm gonna let you do the technology. So good morning, Chair Bone and members of the board. This is the budget presentation for the Auditor Controller's Office. Okay, talk louder and closer to the microphone. So I want to start out with a little update on our office remodel. I want to thank the board for funding this project, and we're really looking forward to moving into our new space, and it is pretty much on schedule to end at the end of the fiscal year, and we will be moving in at the beginning of the fiscal year. So go back, I want to talk about it a little bit. So this slide shows what it looked like before. It shows them like completely demolishing it, and then it shows a little bit of the new materials that have gone in. So now you can go to the next one. And then this one is basically showing the entry area. So it shows the old entry area, which was completely open. And then it shows the new entry area, which will have a window and two doors that go in, one side to payroll and one side to accounting. And then the next one is the almost done. It shows our new copy mailroom area, our break room area, our meeting room area, and just some general open space that will have cubicles, and then just some more demo happening. So thank you, it's almost done. We're excited. They're gonna deliver the new cubicles and furniture on the 10th of June. So, and then we're gonna go on to the next slides, and I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Auditor Controller Michael Evenson, who's got to turn his microphone on.
Nope, on the neck.
Thank you. Good morning. Talk briefly about what the Auditor Controller's Office does. We have currently 18 staff positions in the office. We have 18 staff positions in the office, spread out across several areas. We have 2.5 positions to property tax. These people calculate all the tax rates for the county. They distribute taxes to all jurisdictions, perform roll corrections. The payroll team processes the payroll for more than the 2,000 county employees. General accounting team does every journal entry for the county or posts it and reviews it. They set up new funds, accounts for the county. They develop the cost plan that allows us to bill out central services fees to other funds that are not the general fund. We do the mandated cost reimbursements. These are programs mandated by the state via SB 90. We get the revenues for those. Special district budgets, we perform lots and lots of reconciliations to make sure that the county's funds are being tracked and monitored appropriately. Financial management reporting team, these are the annual audits that you hear so much about every year. Budget adjustments. We do the mandated state and federal reporting, which is one of the issues that was in the summary judgment that the county was held against recently. We handle deposits, budget schedules, and cash monitoring. And then there's department management. This is me and Cheryl, and this is a working management team. We participate in every single function in this office, doing real work on top of managing and maintaining this department. Looking forward to the next fiscal year, we have a list of goals that we would like to accomplish. One is to continue to adopt new functions within the county's accounting software, which will generate real true efficiencies within the county's operations. Right now we've underused it, and there's a lot of redundancy and inefficiency because of that. We would like to build internal accounting systems that are effective for both internal operations and helping programs maintain and track their funds, and effective for our external reporting to maintain our credit rating, build a stronger county. One thing is we have an audit finding dating back to 2018 that the county has too many funds and we're tracking them improperly. We are working very diligently to get that corrected. It's going to take a few years, but it is one we're working on, and we want to cover a lot of ground this year related to it. We really want to work on cross-training departments, work with them to develop systems that work for everyone and document all of those systems so they're easy to follow for everybody, minimize the impacts of turnover around the county. And the more we work together, the better off the whole county will be. And we want to build process guides within the county or within the auditor controller's office so that turnover is not as impactful to operations. Through fiscal year 23-24, we have accomplished a lot. We've built monthly reconciliations, and we expect that as of closing April, we will be within the state required goal of closing months within 45 days of the end. So that's a huge accomplishment. When we first came in, it was, I think it had been years since the last time a month had been closed. So really big accomplishment. Big shout out to the auditor controller team for working very diligently on that. The next one is we've implemented a system so that departments directly enter their own cash receipts. Previously, they would type them out. They would send them to the auditor controller's office. We would type them out, and it was a huge, it was a big process that had a lot of redundancy, and it was error prone. We have cleaned that up and made a much better system. We have completed the fiscal year 2021 and the 21-22 audit is very, very close. And same thing with the 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023 financial transaction report. That is all done. And we've significantly reduced the backlog of property tax roll corrections, which is revenue coming into the county in most cases. So that's a really important work. And still looking back at 2023, 2024, in the last year, we are, like I said, we've nearly done with the 21-22 audit. This is really, really important if the county wants to pursue its facilities master plan and build additional locations. We need the ability to get debt, and if we're behind on our audits, it has an impact on our debt. It makes us almost automatically high risk, and so we're working very diligently to get this done. The property tax team, as you saw, a very small team, processed 6,200 roll corrections and supplemental rolls. That is, like I said, revenue into the county. Our accounts payable team processed approximately 95,000 records. That's 2.5 people reviewing every AP record for the county. Get all of that done. We processed approximately 5,500 cash receipts. That is the money coming in. That is logging it into the GL. Big work getting done. And then we've processed all outstanding overpayment of wages. This is times where we overpaid people, bringing back $85,000 into the county's general ledger. Looking forward to 24-25, we are looking forward to completing the fiscal year 2022-23 audit, the GASB 96 implementation, which is logging all of our IT subscriptions on our financial statements, is a significant project as part of that audit. As you can see, I estimate it will take about 400 hours of staff time just in this fiscal year, and then it'll be another 100 hours every year thereafter ongoing to make sure we're properly logging these on our financial statements. And moving on to the 23-24 audit, GASB 101, which is compensated absences, which is a massive overhaul of how we log compensated absences, is another 100 hours of staff time, and then 75 hours per year ongoing. The still date checks cleanup, one of the conversations we've had a lot as part of budgeting is do less with less. Well, we've been doing less. We've been avoiding non-mandated functions since the 2008 recession. And now this is something that is getting in the way of doing a good job calculating fund balances. And it gets in the way of the audit. And so we need to get this cleaned up and done. And we're looking at 300 hours of staff time to truly understand what our outstanding liability on checks is. Again, I've talked about development of training manuals and guides. There's a lot of staff time here that's going to pay huge dividends when everybody's on the same page. And then the last one is annual special district audit monitoring. This is a government code requirement of the Auditor Controller's Office that has not been kept up to the level we should. And so now we're going to be investing a lot of staff time into getting the county compliant with this special district audit monitoring. And then that's my part. I'll pass it back to Cheryl.
So I'm going to talk about the request for additional funding. So the Auditor Controller's Office submitted a one-time request for additional funding of $114,460. The reason that this is considered to be one time, even though it's for existing staffing, is because it's needed to maintain critical accounting positions. It's our senior accountant auditor. And basically what we're going to do with this position is we're going to get caught up on the audits. For the current year, we basically had 2 positions out on leave and multiple positions vacant throughout the year. This resulted in us only using $100,000 of the $345,000 additional funding request that we received in the current year. And it also resulted us not getting our backlog of work done. So basically we're asking for additional funding for 24-25 to continue to complete this backlog of work. And then once that's completed, our intent is to develop increased revenues flows by providing additional services to special districts and other departments. So, and if we are not successful in that additional revenue development, we will basically reduce staffing through attrition, making this a one-time request. So what will the requested additional funding provide? It'll provide the opportunity to look into additional revenue streams. We will continue to improve accounting services and operations. We will implement new GASB pronouncements. We will continue to close funds and bring those monies into the general fund. We will look at opportunities to consolidate and centralize accounting services, and we will get caught up. I'm going to talk a little bit more. Okay. So one of the other things that's not up there is we basically need to have some really good succession planning in the auditor's office. I'm not going to be around forever. We really need to have our documentation and our processes documented, and we need to have a robust senior accounting staff that can carry on with continuity, the duties and mandates of the office. Okay, I'll go to the next one. And we're also still transitioning items from HR over to payroll because we weren't able to do that because we had people out on leave over the year. So what will happen if the request is not funded? We will probably have challenges getting caught up on the audits. We're still over a year behind on audits, which is not good. And it's been much more challenging to get caught up than I thought it was going to be, partly because of staffing challenges. Continuing to do audits mandating reporting will be difficult. We won't be able to look into ways to consolidate services, and we'll basically be at risk for any loss of any senior accountant position right now, because we still, basically doing 2 audits in a year isn't like, there's not an efficiency there. You can't do 2 of them at one time. It's twice as much work. So we basically were 3 years behind when I came in. It's 3 times as much work as you would normally be doing. So once all of that is caught up and we're current, there will be less work in the office, but that is still not the case. And we still don't have good documentation. A lot of what we do is word of mouth. People have trained each other by talking. It's not documented. Doing good documentation for the staff in our office and the staff in other offices takes time. And when you're just trying to get caught up and do your daily tasks, you don't have that additional time to provide that documentation. And this has been going on for years, which is part of the reason there was no documentation, and some of the things basically got a little bit out of whack. So I think that'll do that. And then, so I just want to thank the auditor controller team. This is my folks, and say, you know, they've been doing a really good job. They've been trying really hard, and we're prepared to close. Like, March is reconciled and ready to be closed, which is really quite an accomplishment. We're ready to post that interest apportionment on April 1st. So we're really close to that 45-day line. So our current transactions are current. It's our audits and some of those things that are still behind. So we've made progress, but we still need to make a little bit more progress. I am I'm extremely fiscally conservative, I want to say. So even though I'm asking for $114,000, I may not spend it all, but I am not comfortable hiring staff or projecting revenues that may not happen. So it's a very fiscally conservative. I probably could have, projected revenues that may or may not occur, but that's not the way I am. And I'm very, very conscious of the tenuous financial circumstances around the county and the future that we have coming up. And it is my intent to make sure that our office moves forward and helps in any way that it can to meet budget constraints that will happen in future years. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys. Bring it back to the board. Questions? Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. I was definitely interested in this idea of offering those services to other public agencies, since you have that experience. Since the meeting that we had in our ad hoc meeting, has there been any communication with other agencies about their interest in those services, or what has that looked like?
So we sent out a very brief kind of email to special districts asking them if they were interested. And we got some responses back that were like, yay, yes. We've also had some internal service funds within the county express interest in having our assistance. But honestly, I've been pretty involved in trying to wrap up the 21-22 audit. But we're working on it, and I believe people are interested. We also have the challenge of we're still reduced in staff and not actually having people to offer those services. So basically I'm testing the waters, asking if people want services, but we're not positioned to provide them yet. And we've been working with HCOG And they do pay us for services, and we did basically get additional back money from them because we hadn't been providing services and we hadn't been charging them. And we brought all that revenue in the current year and have helped them get all of their funds reconciled and brought up to speed and developed that relationship there. And I felt really good about how that went.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone?
I just mainly want to thank you all. I mean, it's been an incredible effort you've all been engaged in this last year or two, and tremendous efforts to bring us forward. I very, very much appreciate it. I know the whole board does, so thank you for that hard work. That's really my main comment.
Sorry, Bushnell?
Thank you. Along the lines of what Supervisor Arroyo said, I'm just curious if, you're having trouble now and you need to hire another person, how would you classify if you were going to go out and start doing stuff for special districts, and how much that workload would increase for your office?
Well, there's a couple of things. I want to be very clear, this isn't additional funding. This is an existing position that is currently vacant that provides critical auditing services in the department. What it would look like is, ideally, we would like to be able to provide audit services to special districts internally rather than them having to use external auditors, hopefully at a reduced cost. So the small fire districts, all districts, special districts are required to have audits. It's a state requirement. Some of them can have biannual, you can have reviews, but those are all dependent upon all of their transactions being within the county, which one of the things that's happened over the last few years is a lot of special districts moved their funds out of the county treasury. And so we would like to help them possibly consider moving them back into the county treasury so that the audits would be easier to perform. Those would not be, having the auditor's office process accounts payable for special districts is not something we would charge for. That is a service we've always provided. That is something we would continue to provide. And for some of the districts, we're not providing that. But if we got them all the transactions within the treasury, it would be much easier for us to perform audits. But that's what I'm looking at, is the ability to perform audits for special districts. And because some of them are so far behind, one of the things that I still haven't quite figured out is what happens if they haven't had one in 5, 6, 7 ever years, and do we have to go back? Can we just start at a point in the sand? Like, how does that work? So those are things that need to be looked into. And I'd also could be considered providing payroll services for other entities also, but that is something we're looking at, because some of the special districts have very, very small payrolls. Some of them are looking at doing some creative things to help their volunteer fire department staff, and to be able to assist them with that would also be nice.
Are you considering those services for revenue generating?
Some of them would be revenue generating, yes.
And
optional, meaning they're not the district is not required to have us provide that service. They would request it.
Right, and I know quite a few, including First Five, pulled their money out of the county treasury, and I hear just through some of my meetings that I go to with the fire departments, there is some other fire departments that are considering moving current day, and it's not for dissatisfaction within the auditor controller, it's just for their own reasons. I just would hate that, I would dislike that if we did all that and it created a lot more work for your office. And I know that you would you would be very diligent to make sure that that doesn't happen, but I'm sure it would be continuity as well. It could be very helpful, like you said. So thank you for that view.
Supervisor Wilson, did you have anything? All right, Supervisor Arroyo then?
Thank you. As we're ruminating on this, I will just share that, one of the JPAs locally, Humboldt Transit Authority, our private auditor just recently said that more and more people are leaving the field of providing audits as a service due to the mounting difficulty of the Gatsby proclamations are always more, and just how cumbersome those can be. So it was interesting to hear that in the context of thinking about this, offering these services potentially in the future. So I was not aware that they were so onerous, but it sounds like they are very. There are very many, and they're never taken away. They're only added.
That is correct. They're never taken away. They're only added. And we're still behind in some of them not being implemented. I will also add, so special districts are mandated to have audits. The auditor controller is supposed to monitor that and help with that. One of the other things we can do if we don't bring it in internally is we can do a contract for auditing services for all of the districts so that you'd probably get a better price if we do it for 35 districts instead of one district at a time. And so that was another reason to reach out to the districts, was to find out who was interested so that we could look at that. And I have reached out to CLA, and because we have a current master agreement with them, they have expressed that they could possibly assist us with doing special district audits and give us a price. So some of this is, we're going to help the special districts one way or another, but I think the auditor controller's office very, very long time ago used to actually do special district audits, and I think it was a great service, and it helped provide somebody that they could reach out and talk to and get guidance. And I've also been working with Sabel and that team that I think is funded through Measure Z to help reach out to the fire districts, and we're going to try and provide some training courses to help them with doing their accounts payable and some other stuff to help them with their direct charges, to try to make it easier for everybody to do their work, because a lot of times it feels like if people don't know how to do it correctly, it creates more work for everybody, and we want to fix that.
Yes.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you. I've heard through some of the fire departments and special districts in my district how helpful you guys have been since, Cheryl, you were elected. And so I do want to say thank you, and that I've also heard of how improved the processes have been. So thank you to you and your team.
I think, yeah, my 2 cents worth, we've had a couple JPAs in, and basically a lot of them have a volunteer bookkeeper, and the understanding of what you're doing. And some of these water districts, some of these are pretty small, and we had the sit down here just a couple months ago with one of them, and they walked out of there going, well, that makes sense. And then the other thing is as you embark on trying to do these audits and everything else, I think the faith or trust in your department is replenishing every day. I've had a couple guys saying, hey, I'm back doing business with the county. I re-implemented our discount because they're getting paid on a timely matter. So I appreciate everything you guys have done over there.
I will add, we're down to how quickly are we processing AP?
Within the same week in most cases.
Oh, yeah.
Often faster.
I got one in 2 days the other day.
Yeah, we had one that we processed too fast and we had to undo it.
I think I had that one too. Clawed out of my hands. With that, thank you guys. Appreciate it very much. No applause from the audience, please. It's gonna instill the same rules on you guys. The clerk, recorder, and elections.
Actually, Chair Bone, it's County Administrator up next.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I'll
I avoid you whenever
I'll speak for
possible.
everyone in the room in showing some appreciation for the auditor controller, because it is a night and day difference from a few years ago. And I know I hear from all the department heads that the communication channels are open and pleasant, and it's making all of our jobs monumentally more enjoyable. So we appreciate that very much. And Nikki, I think you have a presentation for us, please. And I need the clicker, just one second. All right, so Alicia Hayes, County Administrative Officer, here to present the CAO's 24-25 proposed budget. Under the County Administrative Office is the Management and Budget Team, the ADA Compliance Team, Communications, Economic Development, which also includes Workforce and Headwaters, Information Technology and Purchasing. In addition, our office manages the Fish and Game Advisory Committee, Measure Z, the Certificate of Payments, which is like our long-term debt financing, contingency reserves, the Criminal Justice Construction Fund, Indigent Defense, the CARES Act funding, which is the COVID money that came down a couple of years ago, Forester and Warden, which is our fire and emergency services, all of the contributions that go out to the non-general funded departments, the general purpose revenues, and the courthouse construction fund. Under the CAO's office, we have a total of 60 FTEs. That's including some staffing allocations that will be presented to your board tomorrow for economic development to pull the workforce programs over under our teams. That'll propose adding 6 FTE. But that will have, assuming your board approves that tomorrow, that'll be 27 FTE in information technology, 15 in economic development, 4 for ADA, 3 in communications, 7 in purchasing, 7 in management and budget, and 4 in purchasing. Of all of those allocations, currently we have 2 vacant in economic development that we are recruiting for. 6 in IT that are vacant. 4 of those we're actively recruiting for, 2 of which we're going to hold on those recruitments until next year. ADA has 2 vacancies that we've been holding on to smooth costs out for departments because that's an internal service fund. And then purchasing has 1 vacancy that was a voluntary separation incentive program vacancy. So that is mandatory to be held vacant for a minimum of 2 years per your board's direction. So this gives a general overview of the department's revenues. By and large, the majority of the revenue comes from charges for current services. That's the internal service fund charges, primarily ADA and communications and IT are all internal service funds. So they provide support services to all of the county's departments and charge those services out. In addition, $3.4 million in taxes, seeing that the general fund is managed under the county administrative office. 3.5 for other governmental agencies, so those being the primary revenue sources supporting our programs and services. And then with expenditures, $9.6 million in services and supplies being the largest, and then close following behind that, and to be expected, $7.9 million in salaries and benefits. By program area, IT is the largest, $8.6 million, being the largest in staffing, 27 FTE to support that program. And then economic development with $4.5 million. And economic development is the largest grant-funded department. under the CAO's office. And then 4.5 million comes through in the emergency response funds. And we're starting to whittle those funds down and expend the last of those. And those are just funds that are housed under us, but they support many different departments across the county. And then ADA is right there next to that as well at 4.5. And again, ADA and IT are departments that charge their costs out to all of the departments across the county. So diving a little bit deeper into each of the budget units, the management and budget team is 7 FTE. It's $1.9 million budget. It's primarily general fund funded, well, pretty much all general fund funded. Some of the accomplishments that we had this year, we're working on a climate resiliency program model in collaboration with a number of other departments. We implemented the Sherpa budget software and utilized that in this year's budget process to its full extent, and that went very well, and I think it helped to streamline the budget process and provided some ease of budget entry for all of the departments. In collaboration with our state legislators, we sponsored AB 1256 to allow us to exceed the state tax limits. As your board directed our office to, in collaboration with Public Works, to explore a local tax revenue measure. And so this will allow us to pursue a tax measure in the state of Eureka, in the city of Eureka, who is at the cap. Should your board provide us that direction to place that revenue measure on the ballot in November. We coordinated with your board and all of the department heads the 24 to 28 strategic plan and have finalized that, and that is out to print and has been approved by your board. And also for the 6th year in a row, we have received the GFOA Budget Award. That's a distinguished budget award and basically just signifies that your board's budget is one of exemplary representation. For 24-25, as I just said, we're per your board's direction and in collaboration with Public Works pursuing a revenue measure for the November ballot. We're going to be looking to develop a county-wide strategy for offshore wind development. Right now, we've been primarily focused on workforce development strategies, so looking for a little bit more of a broad focus on that. We are internally within the county administrative office reorganizing our staffing structure to provide centralized CAO fiscal functions. So this will improve some of the fiscal management of each of our satellite divisions. And in collaboration with the auditor controller, developing a county finance training session. For ADA compliance, that's a budget of $4.5 million for FT. This is I always like to say this is a small but mighty team. They accomplish quite a lot, and again, they are an internal service fund, so all of that is charged out to departments. This year, they completed 6 of the 20 restrooms in the courthouse. There's 4 more to complete, and those will be done in the next fiscal year. They finalized the 4th Street ADA improvement project, completed the planning and building ADA improvement project, and by the end of the fiscal year, we'll have finalized the auditor controller renovation project. Next year, expected to complete $3.8 million in project work to address deferred maintenance to the Ferndale vets and painting and flooring in the courthouse. Also with the Ferndale vets and in collaboration with Public Works, working on 2 different projects so that we can simultaneously work and ensure that we are effectively addressing the ADA barriers and other deferred maintenance at that facility. We're working in partnership with the cities of Arcata and Fortuna on improvements to the branch libraries, completing improvements at the Big Lagoon campground, and developing an accessible documents policy and procedures for departments posting documents to the county's website, HumNet, and social media. For communications, this is 3 full-time employees, a $630,000 budget, also an internal service fund. The communications team has been primarily focused on the radio infrastructure project. This is nearing a $10 million project and has been spanning a number of fiscal years. As you can see, well, maybe you can see it's somewhat small print, but we're about 75% of the way through that project at the end of this year. And that project is intended to improve our radio infrastructure across the county, improve our rural communications, and provide coverage both to the county, our public works divisions, our dispatchers, and ensure that we have good continuity of services. And that work will continue into next year. For economic development, a $4.5 million budget, primarily grant funded with some general fund support with 15 FTE, again, following tomorrow's approval of tomorrow's board report by your board. This department does have, or excuse me, this division does have an additional funding request of just under $80,000 for the Headwaters Fund. That charter is voted on and approved by the voters, and the charter does not allow for that revolving fund to provide administrative support. And so this request is to allow for the general fund to support that administrative function, which is extensive. This year, we've gone through a different process to develop the CAO recommendations on additional funding requests, and work collaboratively with the department heads to rank those. And initially, it doesn't look like this request is going to fall into the top priorities. So if this is not a funding request to be recommended by myself and approved by your board, then the repercussions of that would be that we would need to cease funding additional revolving loans in the coming year. We'll still manage all of the current funds. We're also going through an audit of the whole program and all of the funds associated to Headwaters, and so we'll continue with that work, but it will cease getting any new funds out into the community. And Headwaters is a significant resource for local businesses. So not ideal, but as we all know, we're going into a very difficult budget year, and so, some tough decisions to be had by your board. For the current year, the accomplishments are completing the comprehensive economic development strategies plan, or engaging in that, with the hopes of completing that in the next year. And going through Thomas P. Miller and Associates contract executed for industry studies. For Project Trellis, we got out 87 grant recipients received a total of $1.4 million in cannabis equity grants. So that's a significant investment in cannabis community in a time where they are certainly struggling, and that's a great support system for those folks. Reestablishment of the Humboldt County job market and passing of Resolution 22-140, which gave direction for economic development in the CAO's office to support the county's offshore wind involvement. For fiscal year 24-25, we will continue working on Project SOAR. This is a collaboration with the aviation department to develop a northbound route for air service, increase passenger experience with the additional service, and increase digital marketing sales in terminal, and explore a service agreement with Uber. Also continuing the development of the CEDS, the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, through community engagement, community-wide surveys, and the creation of studies focused on identified industries, and completing the infrastructure sequencing analysis to inform required improvements to the Samoa Peninsula Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. This is a program approved by your board to help support all of the growth and development taking place out on the peninsula. And with information technology, $8.7 million budget and 27 FT, again, an internal service fund. They have been doing a lot of great work this year. Got the firewall replacement done, collaborated with the management budget team for the Sherpa budget software implementation, got the logical PRA redaction software implementation completed. This has been a great resource to departments who are very bogged down by PRA requests and the Office 365 enhancements. For next year, a lot of focus on improvements that will help to provide for efficiencies and streamlining for departments. So time and attendance is something that we hear about often. Also finance enterprise improvements, developing a maintenance and replacement schedule for radio and phone equipment, working on contract workflows, and streamlining onboarding and offboarding protocols. And finally, purchasing has a $508,000 budget with 4 FT, and again, one of those is held vacant for the VSIP, which is going to offer roughly $50,000 in savings, and that's a savings that gets shared across all of the departments to help to reduce their costs. This year, they also assisted with development and implementation of Laserfish, so providing workflow and efficiencies across all departments, implemented practices in compliance with SB 1383, recycling and post-consumer recycled content reporting and procurement requirements. Next year, working to finalize the purchasing policy and testing and implementing online reconciliation systems for our CalCard credit card programs, and providing for workflow process improvements. So with that, I conclude, and we'll happily answer any questions you may have.
All right. Supervisor Bushnell? No questions? Supervisor Madrone? Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Royal?
I'm a little interested in the Headwaters question, and I know we had touched on this before, but I'm not sure, I guess, how to frame this question. Are we allowed to not make, I mean, do we have discretion over how we make loans or grants from that fund in the in what was passed by the voters?
Yes.
Okay. So we could just hold off and like essentially close down the fund temporarily because of the administrative costs, but those administrative costs cannot be charged to Headwaters Fund.
Correct.
Okay.
Without, we can potentially modify the charter, but it would take a vote of the people, and so that's a time-consuming process, and constrained by when there's elections being held. So that is something we are looking into, so that it can be supported through the revenues of the fund and not by the general fund, but not something that can immediately be addressed by the charter.
Okay. Yeah, I would say as the chair of REDEC right now, I would be remiss if I didn't say it's a really important loan fund that REDEC utilizes and has been really increasing the amount of funding we're getting out the door for economic development through the Headwaters Fund. And there's a great partnership between the Headwaters Board and REDEC and the Loan Committee, and it's been extremely helpful to get those funds out to the community. and that has just continued to go up in the last couple of years, with very few loan-related issues with those recipients. So it's been a real driver of economic development in our community.
All right, Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, this pins off of one of the questions that I'd written down that I was just going to do offline, but what is the scale of what we are loaning out of the headwaters on sort of an annual basis? What are we risking in terms of the,
Yeah,
We can do this offline. I just wasn't
It's millions every year, but it varies just depending on what requests we're getting. You might recall this year your board approved, I believe it was $2 million to the Salyer. I'm looking at you, Supervisor Madrone, because that's up in your district. I believe that's what that request was to the Salyer store. So, I mean, that's just one example, but it is, to Supervisor Arroyo's point, it's a significant, wasn't it too, am I,
No.
Salyer's in Trinity County.
the,
part of the controversy?
out in Willow, yeah,
But because it was across the line slightly, but it was benefiting the community.
yeah. But I believe it was a $2 million request offhand, it was upwards, and it was significant. So it just varies every year based off of what requests we get, but certainly up in the 7 figures on a consistent basis.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? All right. Thanks. Let you off easy. All right. Now.
We'll try sitting.
Oh, there's chairs. They all came.
Thank you. So my name is Juan Pablo Cervantes. I'm the Court Register of Voters.
Sorry.
Are you on?
Juan, yeah. Turn your mic.
On the neck. There you go.
There we go. All right. So my name is Juan Pablo Cervantes. I'm the Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to talk to you about 3 departments. Do we have a slide? Yeah, that's us. 2 of those departments, the Clerk Recorder, the Recorder budget. I wanted to give you all a brief overview of kind of where we were in the 23-24 budget and where we're expected to land, just to talk about how we've done this budget year. I pulled out, what this shows you is all of the major categories in our budget, and then I pulled out a couple of key things within those. So the bolded lines are the categories, and the things underneath there that aren't bolded, those are a couple of line items that I pulled that are of note in each one of those. You'll notice the little red triangle and then the one green triangle on the right. The red shows where we're under budget. On the Clerk Recorder side, you're going to see that a lot in revenue. This is something that offices across the state are facing. There just aren't that many transactions happening in real estate these days. We're expecting that trend to continue going forward. For this budget cycle, we were able to tap into our trust a little to mitigate some of that lack of revenue. Commensurately, under expenditures, we did a pretty good job of not spending every dime that y'all allocated to us. We're pretty adamant about being good caretakers for public dollars, and you'll see that in the total expenditures at the bottom. We may do with less in salaries and wages in that we often operated without a full staff. Our overtime came out significantly less. Again, we were able to find efficiencies in how we did the work that we did. I'll be talking about e-recording going forward. That was one of those major efficiencies that we saw in the clerk recorder's office. In services and supplies and other charges, I chose those not because they were of particular note, but just to have something under each topic. I want to say that information technology charges, the $57,000 that we spent on that, those were well spent. In my opinion, we have one of the best IT departments that anybody could hope to have. We get far more than $57,000 of work out of them on a regular basis, and we couldn't operate without their services. On the election side, we are not big revenue generators. You don't really want us to be. That's kind of not the function of that side. We do spend a lot of money, though. We endeavor to mitigate that where possible. We saw some pretty big efficiencies and came in rather under budget this year. The shift to the Voters' Choice Act was a part of that. We were able to just move things around and figure out how to do things more efficiently. Again, when it comes to salary and wages, we saw at least part of this year operating with less staff than we've been allocated due to turnover. Burnout is a big issue across elections departments in the state. Over time, we saw a bit of a dip. Extra help. We asked for $156,000. We were able to do with less. Some of that comes from some of the conversations we had with the budget ad hoc committee last year, where we asked to forego an additional FTE in exchange for additional extra help to make do, and I'll be going into that at the end of the presentation when I talk about our additional funding request that didn't quite work out, and scaling in that way wasn't efficient going through this last election year. One of our biggest expenses is paper, and that comes out of the special departmental expenses. We've recently gone with a new vendor for our ballots. Part of the reason you all got I voted stickers in the mail this time was that shift in vendors, and we were able to see significant cost savings in shifting to that other vendor. We were paying about twice as much as other counties were in paper costs. One of the only places where we went over budget this year was computer software. Our voting system went through a certification process that we weren't expecting, and so we had to upgrade our system. That had to do with legislative changes regarding languages that the software was that needed to make available. Again, IT, neither department could really function without them, and a lot of the efficiencies you'll be seeing through that budget is tied to the work that IT has done. The third department that never really gets talked about is the recorder conversion. It's a little tiny department. It's got 0 FTE. It really just functions as a mechanism to ensure that our records get converted. I'll talk a little tiny bit about that in a bit, but no meaningful changes. We came in slightly over budget when it came to revenue, but then you saw that being just transferred over to the clerk recorder budget as well. Excuse me. Current staffing. We have we have an election manager, a new election manager, Tiffany Hunt Nielsen, who's been doing amazing work in the clerk recorder's office. She's a big driver when it comes to a lot of the shifts and efficiencies and customer service. Under Tiffany, we've got 3 senior recordable document examiners, 1 recordable document examiner 2, and 2 recordable document examiners 1. We have 1 extra help that we bring in regularly to fill in gaps. We run a lean machine, and it makes it really difficult to accommodate vacations and sick time, and so we bring in extra help to fill in those gaps in order to maintain services. On the election side, we have a new election manager as well, Nicole Goldbach. Under Nicole are 3 administrative analysts and 1 election specialist currently. We have another one that's that we've been allocated. We're currently hiring for that one. We had a sudden retirement that left us a little more understaffed. In addition to that, we get about 130 extra help per election cycle. And so our staff increases pretty greatly as we get nearer to an election. Without that core staff, and it's hard to manage that 130 extra help. And so part of my additional funding request is going to be increasing that staff in order for us to do better by those 130 extra help in the public. Some community impacts. We took some advice from seeing District Attorney Stacey Eads' presentation and decided to include a little bit of narrative here. I'll read some of these. Thank you so much for your expert help. You are single-handedly the most informed people I have spoken to regarding property, easements, boundaries, and rights. Much gratitude. That's from Kristen M., a community member, talking about Tiffany and our senior recorder, Jason. Jason gets a little more praise here. Jason was personally a professional and extremely helpful in not only my transaction, but also in showing me how to use the computerized system. You and the public are fortunate in having such an employee, and I agree with Mercedes there in talking about our senior recorder, Jason. That shift to helping our community access the self-service services that we have is one of those big shifts that we're hoping to make to reduce costs in our office. Here's some impacts about the elections office. The first one I'll talk about is the grand jury, the civil grand jury. The Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury found that the Humboldt County Elections Office provides its citizens with a fair and impartial election accessible to all eligible voters. From Jim Ritter, who recently retired from the Humboldt County Office of Education. This is an email we got after hosting the St. Bernard Associated Students in our office. The entire elections office team consistently encourages students to be informed, committed, engaged citizens, and to embrace the responsibility and honor of voting once they turn 18. From Nick Bone Crawford, Executive Director of Humboldt Maid. The Humboldt County Office of Elections presence at community events provides a crucial connection to our rural community, where some of the more geographically isolated residents have limited access to information. Making a point to be a part of local events brings a conversation and knowledge to the community, is visible, valuable, and appreciated. One of our biggest efforts this year is meeting folks where they're at. And so we will go to just about any community event. Assuming it's not, right in the crux of an election, I'll be out tabling as well. But we'll meet folks where they're at. We'll go up to Willow Creek and down to Garberville and everywhere in between. From Tim Olson, a teacher at Eureka High School, after we spoke to his Spanish-speaking class, the visit from Humboldt County Elections made the students feel seen and valued as a community, and many expressed their thanks and appreciation for the visit and all that they learned. It was an important experience that needs to be repeated with more underserved and underrepresented members of our community in order for our democratic election system to function properly. Some of the projects, the interesting projects we've been working on in the clerk recorder side, we've got a big preservation project that just recently went before the board for approval. We are doing a significant amount of archival and restoration and preservation work. Some of those documents will go back to the 1850s. And so we'll be preserving, imaging, microfilming, vital records. The project includes scanning, indexing, and rebinding, and updating books. We were able to include historical books from both the elections office and the clerk of the board in this project as well. And so this is one of our charges is to preserve history for future generations. And we're pretty excited about this.
Juan, just out of curiosity.
Yep.
So the books that we had here, are you going to be storing them at the elections office for the COB also?
I think the clerk of the, it's up to the clerk of the board, but I think that the clerk of the board is going to maintain custody of those. I think their office is going to be where folks are more likely to go looking for
Okay.
that kind of thing.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. One of the other things that we do in the clerk recorder's office is we marry people. One of my other titles is Commissioner of Marriages for the County of Humboldt. This was a pretty big year for us on a couple of things. Valentine's Day, we received a fair amount of news coverage. And Leap Day is another big day for folks getting married. On the left there is Sandra Saldana, who's a senior recordable document examiner performing a wedding. She single-handedly recorded about 200, officiated about 200 weddings this past year. We're able to accommodate folks every day except Friday. We're in talks about increasing that to Fridays as well. But yeah, a big thing that we do in the elections office, it's a really bright spot of our days when we see people saying I do. On the election side, the big thing that you all have heard a ton from me about, but it was really a core part of what we did in the past year, is the Voters' Choice Act. The Voters' Choice Act required a lot of outreach associated with making sure that our election administration plan was met the needs of our local community. That involved us engaging with language accessibility advisory committees and voter accessibility advisory committees. In addition to that, though, there's a fair amount of work when it comes to the logistical side of that, updating training manuals, procedures, and that's the kind of work that we were engaged in when we weren't actually administering an election. Close collaboration with community partners like the Secretary of State's office kept the program in compliance. Big shout out to IT, payroll, HR, the Sheriff's office, and our community at large for making this happen. This kind of project takes the whole county to kind of pitch in. Again, many of you all were instrumental in that as well. I got a message from each of you saying if our office needed anything this election. And so thank you for that. Like I said, outreach has been a pretty core thing. On the left is me talking to Brian Papstein about the Voters' Choice Act and all the differences that came with it. More days, more ways. On the right, I'm talking to Tim Olson's classroom of Eureka High School Spanish speakers. Again, I endeavored to go anywhere I was invited to talk about voting, and the calendar was pretty full, and so here's more of that. That's us up in Willow Creek for Bigfoot Days and at the Humboldt County Fair with the Undercovers, kind of a big deal band in our community. With me in the bottom image is, in addition to the Undercovers, is Christina Streevy and Norm Dutra, who help our office. Revenue trends. So here's where it gets less peppy. Our revenue trends are looking down. If you look at 2020, 2021 to 2022, 2023, there's been a pretty big spike in revenue. Document transfer tax revenue doesn't fluctuate as much because property values remain high. However, the recording fee has declined significantly due to just a stagnation in the real estate market. Properties just aren't changing hands as much as they were previously. Vital records will kind of continue to stay constant. They're really more tied to population than any other big trends. The recording fees and document transfer tax fluctuations, those aren't unique to Humboldt County. Those are issues that the rest of the state are facing, and they're facing in similar proportions. Here's another look, just slightly different. Here's the shift that folks are making from over-the-counter recordings to e-recordings. You'll see that those cross over in 22-23. We started this in 22. And so the community is really taking to e-recordings. It's just far more efficient. It's easier for folks to get certified and submit online than it is for them to make their way to our office. We've pivoted a little in how we do our operations on the clerk recorder side to account for that, and those are some of those efficiencies that we were able to realize in the past year. Here's a longer trend line when it comes to our record processing. You'll see that big dip from 21 to 23, and again, those are things that are pretty much beyond our control. One of the things that we're talking about at the state level from the clerk recorder is updating our recording fees. Those haven't changed meaningfully in a few years. You go up a state and over a state, and they can be 2 to 3 times more higher than they are in California. That would be a legislative thing, so we're working with our association to see about increasing those fees. One critical part here is that the clerk recorder's office can't adjust staffing in that same way. It takes 3 to 4 years to get a document examiner to a pretty solid space, and so the idea of kind of downsizing and upsizing based on that isn't viable. On the election side, again, I don't have any revenue really to show. However, I wanted to kind of show how we've been able to do more with less when it comes to our allocation. Our allocation has stayed pretty constant for the past few years with a bit of a dip in 22-23. And while that allocation has remained steady, costs have increased pretty exponentially since 2020. We've been able to mitigate those costs by just improving our processes. The shift to vendors was a big help there as well when it came to ballots. But any of the low-hanging fruit has already been achieved in our office when it comes to finding dollars that we could save. One additional cost mitigation measure that we're about to undertake is a fee study after the 2024 presidential general election, actually. Pardon the mistake there. We're going to be looking into seeing. So part of the work we do isn't just the county and state elections. We do all other elections as well, districts and cities, and we're going to be updating some of their fees after we get a better idea as to what the true cost is and their proportion of it. Some pathways to improvement. On the clerk recorder side, we've really focused on service and modernization. Customer service is something that I heard a lot about coming into office, and from what I understand, I think we've really met and exceeded what those expectations were from our customers. That has two big things that it does for our office. It makes it a better experience for constituents, but it also makes it a far better place to work, and that has a kind of a self-increasing cycle that it does. Modernization's the other place. We've really been emphasizing helping folks help themselves with the self-service features on the clerk recorder's website. It's something that folks really take to once they figure it out. And then the online database is something that we're constantly fleshing out. And so it goes back to 1999, and we are constantly using any downtime that we have to add older files to that. On the election side, during whenever we post results, one of the things that I see on the Lost Coast Outpost or other comments is, well, what about the people that aren't registered to vote? Because we usually show voter turnout as being based on registered voters. And so I did a little digging, and I used census data to figure out citizen populations 18 and over in Humboldt County. That light blue bar on the bottom left graph, that shows the gap between that shows the citizen population 18 and over. So those are potential folks that need to register to vote, that are eligible to register. You'll notice that gap is, or that bar is significantly thinner than the one beneath it, which is the gap between registered voters and voters. Our office is seeing this as really where a lot of the work needs to get done. We don't seem to have a meaningful problem registering folks to vote. It's getting them to vote after they've registered. And we've put a lot of work in to figuring out why that is and what we can do about it. And the main way that we're going about it is outreach, not in terms of just registering people to vote, but getting them to be more familiar with what they're voting on. And there's another gap that we find in talking to our special districts in the area, and that's finding board members. And so a lot of our outreach has been centered around talking about special districts, community service districts, fire protection districts, water districts, and the work that they do and the role of a board member there, and the connection between them voting, who they vote for, and how that results in water to their house, or fire protection services when that occurs. And so we've seen a lot of I don't want to call it success because we haven't seen those numbers increase, but the communities really seem to take into that. We'll bring maps out and show folks, where they live in relation to what service districts they're allowed to vote in or run for. When we're looking about that turnout gap, the gap is between 18 and 55, and really it's between 18 and 35 that we have a lot of ground to cover. That's the age in which folks are getting their careers going, having families, and so we get that. It's difficult to add another thing to that, but we're hoping by engaging them in the things that impact them greatly, that they'll show a stronger connection with the process, and that the ballot doesn't turn into just a survey that they have to fill out every couple of years on issues that they're not connected to. And we're missing one crucial and critical slide here, because I am asking for additional funding requests. I apologize that slide is missing. We're looking for $255,056. That's in two requests. One of them is for $107,626. That accounts for the shift between a primary and a general. The presidential general election shows a higher voter turnout, and so that increased costs. And it's most likely, and this is where a big part of the cost is, it's most likely going to be a two-page ballot. Paper being one of my significant costs. As soon as you go into that second page, costs increase exponentially. The $147,430, that's remainder in that allocation, I'm looking for two folks. I want 2 FTE in addition to what I have. This is a continuation from last year. Last year, I worked with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee I had a similar ask last year. And I worked with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee in trying to figure out an alternative way to go about that. And instead of the additional FTE, I was allocated additional extra help. And the idea would be that I'd be able to plug in extra help to do the work of those full FTE folks. I had a bunch of extra help dollars left over at the end of the year, and that's largely because the kind of work that we do in elections, in the county really, but in this particular situation, it takes a while to build up. It takes consistency to build up. The nature of extra help, and I think why I was encouraged to go that route, is because we don't really have a long-term commitment to extra help. They come in, they help, and they go. The alternative to that is that when extra help get a job offer that's full-time, sometimes they take it. And so we saw some of that go through the last election, and so it made it really difficult to train folks up for election day. That impacts our capacity to bring on board those vote center workers, poll workers. The two full-time equivalent, or the 2 FTE of election specialists that I'm asking for, those are the folks that help us proof things. They're another line of defense in making sure that the correct ballots are going out to the correct people, that there aren't any mistakes on the ballot, that our training manuals cover everything. They conduct the training. They are the people that our constituents talk to as a first line of defense, or not defense, as a first line of information. And so this ask kept me up many nights. I understand where we're at in the budget. I battled with feeling selfish about asking for it. Prior to one of the budget meetings that we had with the department heads, I thought I was the only one asking for more people and more money. wasn't the case, but still, I get where we're at, and I wouldn't be asking for this if I didn't think it was essential and critical for doing the job that we need to do in November. I'm not going to spend any more money than I have to. I think I've shown that in this past budget cycle, but it felt like my responsibility to inform you as the decision makers in the budget process as to the things I need in order to do a good job running that election. Thank you. Any
Great.
questions?
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo? Any questions?
I'm not ready yet. I think I'm good.
Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, thank you to your entire team for having the most reliable, efficient, and accountable elections office in the state of California. And I don't say that lightly. The transparency program, just everything about what you guys do down there, I think has really increased voter confidence. I think that's what it's all about. And hopefully the younger folks will realize how important this stuff is at some point. Good to see the 74 and older are way up there in ratings. So I think as you get older, a couple things. One, being retired, you have a little more time to focus on it. But I think as we grow in years, we start realizing how important this privilege is, to be able to elect people and all that stuff. So thank you for all that and the efficiencies you've brought to the department. Secondly, is it true that we as board members can also officiate marriages?
It is true.
All right,
Yeah.
great. So anybody out there looking for... Anyway, thanks for your presentation.
And you'll continue to be able to do so after office
Oh,
as
really?
well. This is a power that you keep with you, so long as you don't commit any felonies.
Yeah. Right, warning.
But fill out the paperwork correctly, or it's $41, and it don't matter who you are, they won't waive it.
So that was my comment. I did the paperwork wrong and had to do it several times and got help from upstairs. Thank you. But yeah, do your paperwork right. And thanks for the report and all that your office does.
Well, I got a couple questions on the voter's choice. How many people, since we lowered the amount of, I know we increased the days, but we lowered the amount of precincts that have voting stations, did that cut back the workforce at all, or are we, because we heard about how it was going to cut costs, going to cut this, cut that, and we're finding out that we have to spend more money to save money. And I'm just...
Well, we saw savings, and so one of the first slides that we came in significantly under on extra help and special departments. It shifted cost is really where it's at, and so we'd have more people that we brought on board that were volunteers. Really, we paid them a stipend, but really they were volunteers. And then we went to an all extra help staff when it came to those poll workers. So if you worked at a poll, you were brought in as a county employee and you got that commensurate additional training. And so in having fewer people that we paid more and trained more, we reduced a significant amount of cost on the back end. We really appreciate the volunteers that help our office, but it's a different experience as a volunteer, generally speaking, than when it's your job. And so we were able to see a more professionalized staff kind of go through it all. We saw fewer mistakes that we needed to fix on the back end.
And are we going to change locations in some places and stuff like that after, because some places got no one?
Yeah.
I mean, literally no one. Then other places, drop boxes had people out the door. So
We're exploring a couple of changes, and then we're exploring increasing staffing at some places. Where the location's good, we just need more capacity in that place. The Gene Lucas Community Center is one of those locations where we're probably not going to use again. Beautiful facility if you ever get a chance to go out there.
lots of parking.
It's a great facility. We didn't get a lot of folks out there,
Yeah.
and so we're exploring possibility bringing Rio Del back online because we got a lot of feedback regarding Rio Del, and so we're looking into that. ADA is a big thing, and that's a big part of why we went Voters Choice Act. We just don't have enough facilities in the county to abide by state law. while maintaining ADA standards, which are also required by state law. And so going to fewer places open longer alleviated that a bunch.
All right, thank you. All right. You're free.
Thank you.
Or not free, $240,000 worth. No. We're gonna do Connie back, please. What? We're going to take a quick break. How long do you? Row five or a? Are you ready? Department of Human Health and Human Services, and do you need more chairs?
Nope, we have
Okay.
enough chairs.
All right,
We-
good.
We do have a PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, good. I figured if I start, you'd get here. It's like spurs. You only need one. You get one side of the horse going, the other side will keep up.
Thank you. Connie Beck, Health and Human Services Director. Thank you, Chair Bone and Supervisors. I'm here with our admin team for DHHS, and we're going to present our budget for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 25. DHHS's total proposed budget for 24-25 is just over $329 million. This is about $20 million more than fiscal year 23-24. The pay raises that went through in 2022 and 2023 and the additional housing funding is the primary drivers of these increases. This slide illustrates that the majority of funding for DHHS comes through federal, state, and realignment sources. A number of health and human services programs have been realigned to counties over the years. This means that the state shifted their portion of funding and responsibilities to counties, and that realignment is supposed to cover the state's prior cost. DHHS has budgeted the transfers proposed on this slide over $14 million. This shows the importance of integration and our ability to blend funding where programs work together and/or overlap. In 2001, 2002, right after DHHS consolidated as a merger of social services, mental health, public health, employment training, veterans service office, and environmental health, the combined DHHS budget was $92 million, and the general fund contributions were almost 5% of the overall budget. The general fund contribution is now just about 1.33% of the overall budget. Due to the low amount of general fund and the use of fund balance over time for match, we have gradually chipped away at the fund balance in DHHS. We have also had large amounts of accounts receivable, but with the fund balance, we were not impacted in the past. Due to the use of match and also the issues we experienced over the past few years in the county accounting processes, we are now experiencing cash flow issues. The DHHS finance and accountant auditor controller staff have been working closely together to minimize the impacts to cash flow and fund balance. The closeout for May is anticipated to be improved over the last year, so we feel like we're headed in the right direction. And I just have to say I greatly appreciate Cheryl Dillingham and her team to assist in these areas. We have also been able to reduce a number of the trust funds recently with their assistance. The cost allocation plan expenditures for DHHS have more than quadrupled from $1.2 million to $5.39 million in this fiscal year. We also have direct charges from and transfers to other departments for a total of almost $15.5 million in support. We have been meeting with the Auditor Controller's Office to better understand the cost allocation process, and we found that during COVID, DHHS costs increased while other county departments costs decreased, and this led to a significant increase in cost allocation charges for DHHS. In some areas, DHHS has its own direct costs, and I thought this was important to show as an example, is IT. We're paying extra attention to these allocated and direct costs that support other county departments, as well as our own costs. As an example, DHHS is charged via ISF for county IT, and then we also directly pay $5.5 million for a total of almost $9 million on IT costs alone. These additional costs have us looking internally for ways to reduce administrative costs without impacting our programs. If you hear me talking about mapping for overprocessing or efficiencies, that's what I'm talking about. In reviewing issues around COVID, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that we are still claiming to FEMA for reimbursement associated with COVID. To date, we've only received $1.7 million for various departments in the county. There's still about $5 million left to claim. This has been a very difficult task, and I want to thank our staff for their dedication and due diligence to not give up and get this reimbursement for county departments that volunteered their staff in the EOC or the JIC that were not reimbursable by other sources. This slide is an example of the breakdown received for each period. These revenues have not been budgeted due to the fact that we have no way to anticipate that when we will actually receive them. So when we do receive this, we'll assist other departments with a little bit of funding. We've proposed a reduction in positions for 2024 with 47 deallocations. These are not positions that have been filled recently. These are positions that have been left vacant in our in our budget, which causes cost allocation charges to be more for us because they're considered based on FTEs. DHHS will freeze an additional 2 positions, lowering the total allocation to 1365. We also reduced positions in the current year for MIST in Measure Z. While allocated positions will be down 3.5%, we are focusing on hiring frontline staff such as social workers, eligibility specialists, and clinicians where needed. Those frontline positions are often ones we have had trouble filling. They account for a disproportionate number of our 23% vacancy rate, and these positions are also the ones that generate the majority of our revenue. Working with CalHR for social services continues to be a problem by increasing workload and creating delays. We're looking forward to when the August 2023 county requests to become an improved local merit systems county is approved. That's ALMS. That's what County Human Resources has been working on with us. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle.
Good morning. All right. Next slide. Michelle Stevens, Assistant Director. Good morning. We have several areas of system work that directly relate to how well our department functions and is the most efficient with program and administrative processes and the use of staff time. Those are the ones that you see on the slide. Many of these areas are areas that Connie has wanted to implement for many years. I touched on these last budget or last fiscal year as well, but I'll just touch on where we're at now. Every branch has elements of performance management or continuous quality improvement activities. So things like setting goals with measures that help us know how well we're doing with meeting those goals, both programmatic and internal process goals. We're implementing a software that links these goals together where they relate across branches and admins so that monitoring and reporting is available, and our state and federal funding is leveraged more broadly where we can. We have a 3-year workforce development plan developed by a work group made up of staff from various levels across DHHS that reviewed our department-wide staff survey results and developed measurable goals to address certain areas, such as improving onboarding of new staff, enhance supervisors' abilities to support staff development, increase staff awareness of initiatives like the Community Health Assessment and Community Health Improvement Plan, the Racial Equity Strategic Plan, workforce development efforts, and providing opportunities for skill development and data collection practices. We know that being intentional about how we support staff leads to improved retention and staff morale. So that's workforce development is an area for us as well. Our DHHS strategic plan process is in full swing with goals centered on promoting health and wellness among our community members in an equitable way that also embraces continuous quality improvement and data-informed decision-making. We also have a focus on having a healthy and engaged workforce that are motivated and supported to do their jobs well. Public health, social services, child welfare, and behavioral health are also developing their branch-level strategic plans that will help to measure overall DHHS progress on the identified goals. All of these will align with the board's strategic plan as well. We are a few years into implementing our racial equity strategic plan and have provided trainings to staff on common terms in racial equity, implicit bias, and the foundations of racial equity work. We're moving into also working on project-based coaching across the branches, as well as coaching for cohorts of staff to apply these concepts and build their confidence, knowledge, and skills of supervisors. A large goal is also working with HR and our Employee Services Division on how we recruit and retain BIPOC staff, in other words, Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, and approach institutional racism. All these plans will be entered into and monitored and reported on via our performance management software that I just mentioned above, or earlier, ClearPoint, and we will be able to provide your board and our staff with data on our efforts, which is pretty exciting. We are also using Power BI, a Microsoft product that we already have access to create a public-facing data webpage where the community can access data on how we and our programs in DHHS are addressing social determinants of health, things like poverty, food insecurity, housing, access to health care, et cetera. It will have various data points from across our programs, things like number of clients served, housed, enrolled in certain programs, lab tests performed in the public health lab, much of what we currently have in our DHHS trends report that's currently a static PDF on our website. The community will be able to interact more with the data on a web-based model. At this point, all of this work, from the broader systems level areas to the more minutia level areas like reviewing time card processes, procurement processes, how staff request and get staff the technology they need to do their jobs when they start work, all of it improves our efficiency, reduces how much we overprocess paperwork, get approvals, et cetera, which makes it easier for us all to do our work and serve our community, ultimately saving time and money. Finally, we've been working with Hoopaw Health and Human Services and Tribal Council for several years on a site in Hoopaw to provide services. We've been working with the ADA team and lease properties to finalize these items so that we can move into the new space. This will allow for our benefit program staff, CWS, and behavioral health staff to provide services out of one location in the Hoopaw Valley. For years, we've had one eligibility staff in a location, but all other services have had to be in different locations and often sometimes in our staff's car, in our county vehicle. This will be much more efficient, cut down drive time, hiring local to the area, folks that live out there. We do want to thank the ADA team, specifically Karen Clower and Travis Smith, for working with us, and the council to come up with a solution so that we can move forward with this project. Very much appreciated. Next slide. All right, so DHHS currently has over $63 million in 227 open contracts. That's not including leases and software. The larger names in this wordle represent those who receive more funding. CalFresh Outreach accounts for $3.75 million in current contracts with almost $750,000 in funding for Food for People. Behavioral health contracted positions are currently at $13.7 million, with $4.9 million going to Changing Tides for staffing nurses and psychiatry. The proposed cuts from the state are going to require us to look at potentially reducing the number of contracts and the dollar amounts as we look at belt tightening everywhere. We will be thoughtful about this as we realize any cuts affect program services and our partner budgets, which has a ripple effect in our community. We don't want to cause unnecessary worry, but we want folks to be aware as the budget looks pretty grim right now. So, thank you. I'm going to pass it to Ryan Bishop, our Deputy Director for Social Services.
Thank you. I'm the Deputy Director of Social Services for the Eligibility and Employment Programs. Just want to give you guys a quick highlight of some of our successes. Last year, Humboldt County residents received over $64 million in CalFresh benefits. We have processed about 81.5% of our Medi-Cal renewals since the Medi-Cal unwinding, which we are pretty proud of. DHCS wanted us to at least get minimum 80%, so we've hit that target and we're still getting them knocked out. CDSS has awarded Humboldt County a certificate of appreciation in grateful recognition for our contributions and collaborative efforts in assisting and advising various counties on how to improve operational administration of their CalFresh programs, because we've been a pretty lean machine ourselves. We have fully integrated CalWorks and General Relief into our call center, which we are pretty proud of, and it provides better service to our community. And right now, for the CalWorks and General Relief call center, wait times are under 5 minutes. We have also looked at other efficiencies in our programs. Our Transportation Assistance Program, also known as TAP, we now use automated eligibility determination system to help track and issue funds. That not only helps us and makes our processes more efficient, but also helps our fiscal teams in tracking and making things more efficient. Since the retention and recruitment bonuses, which your board approved almost 18 months ago, are now coming to an end, I wanted to just highlight some of our improved staff retention and recruitment. At the beginning, in October 2022, we had 98 eligibility specialists. As of last month, we had 143, so that's nearly a 50% increase. And we've also been able to reduce our turnover to 1/3 of what it was at the beginning, as of about 18 months ago as well. And I just also wanted to let everyone know that the Redway office is reopened, and we are providing housing supports, employment supports, and other public assistance programs there now as well. For some of our challenges, I just wanted to mention that we are still under a corrective action plan through CDSS for our 30-day timeliness for our applications. We have still been unable to process all our applications within that 30-day time frame. As of last quarter, we were at 88.6%, which is an improvement. In order to get off the corrective action plan, we need to be able to process over 90% of them for 2 consecutive quarters. So we're getting there. We're almost there. Of course, there's a variety of workload issues and eligibility programs. We have seen approximately a 10% increase in our CalWorks and CalFresh caseloads, which is nothing to blink at. It's a pretty big deal. We have seen a small reduction in Medi-Cal, which is good. That's mostly attributed to the work we're doing with Medi-Cal renewals and the Medi-Cal unwinding. We do still have some challenges in our call center for CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Even though we were down to about 20 minutes in August for wait time, we have spiked back up to over an hour. Let's see here. And we are, even though we've had some success with recruitments and retention, we do have some concerns now that our retention and recruitment bonuses are ending at the end of next month, and that we're still not, like Connie mentioned, an alms county, which would make our recruitment processes much more efficient. So we do have some concerns about filling our other 40-plus eligibility vacancies. To briefly touch on employment, we have had some success. So last year, we had about 205 CalWorks participants gain employment, and 163 of our employment training participants gain employment, which we are proud of. For our CalCRG grant, which serves folks who have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, we are proud to report that we have exceeded our service targets by about 140%, providing crucial services to employment services to these folks. And we've also placed 26 individuals in subsidized employment. We have also focused on efficiencies in the employment world as well. We've streamlined our WEX payroll services, and we also continue to see success in our Helping Humboldt program. Our Helping Humboldt participants have worked off over $28,000 in general relief loans, and we're excited to announce that they built 7 wooden frame beds that we have provided to newly housed families as well. Unfortunately, the Helping Humboldt workshop did catch on fire in March, which is preventing us from additional woodworking projects and creating additional beds. So that is a challenge our employment programs are seeing right now. Thank you. And over to Emmy.
Good morning, Emmy Botzler-Rogers, Behavioral Health Director. I'm starting off with strengths and accomplishments, which are similar to what I shared last year. Our partnerships and commitment to well-being of the community is central to this work, and it continues to be substantial and growing. In partnership, we have several projects underway in collaboration around addressing challenges, and we have very clear commitment by the community to doing this work. We have continued and growing inroads with stigma, recognizing mental health as part of the whole person. I mentioned it recently to your board, the town hall meeting and demonstration of partnering with other organizations and some conversations that were very inspiring. I wanted to just flag a comment that Dr. Goldberg from St. Joe's Providence made during that town hall. He said, the paradigm is shifting and we're recognizing that in fact, behavioral health crises are medical crises. Those with lived experience were also speaking at this town hall meeting and demonstrating, as I think I previously mentioned, strategic bravery, which is a way to support others in being able to speak to their experience. These inroads are relevant to mental illness and SUD issues and are really good core strengths of our community. And still we have continued and growing acute mental health and substance use needs, including those that are now being imposed on us by new legislation. So SB 43, for example, is expanding how we define certain criteria and will potentially make for a much larger population with no resources to support that growth. This is in addition to what we're already seeing in terms of growing needs within our community. There is a continued gap in our continuum of care, our range of services, the array of services that we can offer that behavioral health, county behavioral health is one piece of. And that continues despite many areas of work and projects that are coming online. I'll reference those shortly. And we don't have the resources to keep up. I say that every time I come. There's a number of initiatives underway or being rolled out that are staggering. So this slide demonstrates over 50 statewide initiatives that we are dealing with. Some are very familiar to you, Prop 1, SB 43, Care Court. Others are you may be aware of, but perhaps not so fully informed of how heavy the lift is. For example, the new mobile crisis benefit and the ongoing challenges and impacts of payment reform. Then there are elements that are so good for our community, but take resources that can be hard to come by, like our peer support peer support services, and as we've discussed, AOT. We also have administrative requirements and tasks that are layered on top and feel unmanageable at current staffing levels and resources, such as network adequacy and responding to what I would call a landslide of audits and corrective action plans, despite lacking and inconsistent guidance from the state. Some of the work that we're doing that I think is important to remember as a group is Willow Glen is lifting up their crisis residential treatment program with a start date of July 1. Sorrel Leaf Healing Center is providing some mobile crisis response services currently and still working towards their own residential treatment beds for youth. The Behavioral Health Crisis Triage Center, which we talked about, I think, a year ago as a grant opportunity, that grant was awarded to us and next steps are underway. That's looking like an opening in 2026. AOT, as you all know, has been a pilot project, but budget shortfalls threaten to impact this. This is part of our ongoing challenges. We are tasked with strengthening our continuum of care, and AOT was identified as a critical step in this. Now we don't have adequate resources to do that. So we're relying on County General Fund, but that is at risk. This will be a decision point for your board in the very near future. We've submitted a supplemental budget requesting additional funding for this, but this is the dilemma, right, in our current state. On the horizon for us most imminently and pressing is the mobile crisis benefit. That's coming online July 1, 24, and that includes partnering with the community to have 24/7 mobile response for crisis services. CareCore, as you're aware of, is coming on December of this year, and then SB 43 is slated to come on January 1, 2026. All are enormous lifts with very limited funding. So in closing, I just want to highlight a few critical considerations and lift up some of our needs and requests. Critical considerations include the May revise, which has identified additional cuts. Also, Prop 1 is a game changer for behavioral health. That's been the most flexible funding for us historically. And it's still very unknown in terms of what changes we will need to make and impacts to our local community and budget. Our placement needs continue to grow every year, and the unfunded mandates, as I mentioned, like CareCore and SB 43 are underway, all impacting behavioral health and our local resources. My ask to you, or my request of the board, are three things. First of all, just your awareness and your understanding. I thank you and ask that you take time to really see what we're contending with and hold that in your awareness, especially when it seems that we're failing. I think it's easy for the community to lift up where there are shortfalls or things that aren't working. And so just keeping in mind the ways that we're doing our best work with limited resources. I want to just mention that I don't think our staff ever fall short because they don't care. I think they fall short because we're lacking resources and capacity, and that can be very challenging. I also want to just ask that you allocate resources wherever and when possible. County General Fund for AOT is one example, and I recognize that you're tasked with making very difficult decisions related to County General Fund. And then advocacy and education. I think advocating at the state level, wherever you can, asking that we don't get tasked with unfunded mandates, that's always appreciated, and continuing to educate the community about the work that behavioral health is doing. I also want to thank you and ask that you continue to speak about mental illness and substance use in kind and compassionate and understanding ways, and do the continued work that you're already doing. And I have to thank you for that every time around ending stigma and discrimination in Humboldt County. Thank you for your support. Oh, I'm going to pass it over to Amanda Winstead.
What slide are you on? Because we turned it off.
The beginning of the child welfare slide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. Good morning, board. I am Amanda Winstead. I'm the director over at Child Welfare. I'm glad Emmy talked a lot about the community work that she and her teams are doing. I think my comments may be a little more internally focused. I think child welfare has felt, well, probably all of us have felt a little bit on the radar lately. I know last year child welfare talked about needing to get back to the basics. And we've spent the last year really focusing on the basics, core stability of our programs, the services we provide. And so I want to share a bit of that this year. I'm going to walk us through just some basic data, back to the numbers. I'm going to talk a bit about challenges and some of the changes that we're experiencing related to those, as well as our efforts around sustainability, budget efforts, that sort. Next slide. So CWS by the numbers. CWS provides provides jobs for over 200 people who in turn work so hard to provide safety, stability, and wellness for the children and families of Humboldt. We aren't the biggest. Like the ADA team, though, we do think we are mighty. The amount of work that's being accomplished by the Child Welfare Agency and team is, I think, really is astounding. 5 or so clerical professionals, 5 people, greeted and served over 12,000 people through our lobby last year. 7 social workers wrote and processed over 3,000 reports of abuse and neglect through the hotline in 2023. 16 social workers conducted over 1,000 emergency response investigations. Over 700 court reports were filed. And all of us, including 14 primary social workers, provided support and safety to over 600 families through ongoing casework. Next slide. So I'm going to run through some of the challenges over the past year. Much of this is what I talked about at our budget presentation last year, but I want to share now some of the work that's happened in the areas that we talked about last year as real challenges. Staffing and retention. As I'm sure you are aware, high vacancy and turnover rates have plagued CWS and other similar agencies here locally, in the state, and across the nation. We discussed these issues at last year's presentation, including the direct link to the areas that we struggle in. When we don't have enough people to do the work, we struggle to do the work. I'm tentative, but I am pleased. I'm really pleased to report that we're seeing some positive changes regarding staffing levels. Our turnover rate for social worker positions in 2023 was 14%, which is a big improvement from 21% the year prior, and well below the national average. People measure this in different ways, so the national average is kind of estimated to be broad here, between 24 and 60%. So 21% turnover, 14% turnover now, compared to almost up to a 60% turnover nationally. It's impressive. It's early, and I don't want to be naive about it, and I will continue to raise our staffing needs, but it does feel like we're starting to experience some stabilization, and I hope you see that in some of these next bullets that I'm going to talk about. Timely investigations. Timely investigation, this was a previous and significant challenge in Humboldt and across the state. We've put intensive effort into this area and have increased from 17% timely in January of 2023 to currently and consistently being over 90% compliant with timely investigations, which places Humboldt County in the top 2 and 3 counties in the state for the last 6 months or so. I almost want to say that again, the amount of work and the amount of work that our staff have put in this area cannot be overemphasized. And the impact, right, the impact in our community, safety to children. Caseloads. We've talked about caseloads before, and we know that caseloads are closely connected to our vacancy rates as well as our efficiencies in many of our processes. And we've long heard that caseloads in child welfare are dangerously high. I myself remember early in my career when social workers carried close to 40 cases. Through really careful program prioritization and planning, focused oversight, and again, the very, very hard work of our staff, we've been able to make shifts and have seen caseloads decrease from approximately 24 cases per social worker in 2023 to our current overall average of 18 cases per social worker. And we'll continue to focus on further overall reductions and enhanced reductions in our ICWA, our Indian Child Welfare Act program, to account for the complexity of that work and the long-standing inequities related to ICWA work. Court report timely filings. Another area we've struggled in for years, again, really decades, we've struggled in this area. And that's been increasingly highlighted by our own staff, our agency leadership, the courts, the grand jury, and others in the community. We hear that, and we've put similar intensive efforts in this area that have resulted in almost a 63% improvement in timeliness over the past 10 months, with a current performance of 83% of all reports being timely filed in the last month, with some programs filing 100% timely and all other programs really making steady progress towards that. Mental health screenings. Mental health screenings, this is a really important measure for us. We know just being system involved with child welfare is considered an ACE, an adverse childhood experience. So connecting youth to behavioral health services is one of the most important things we can do to address trauma and support lifelong well-being. The state set a goal that 50% of child welfare youth receive timely referrals to behavioral health. But as we see youth struggle and need escalate, we know we need to do more. Humboldt County has increased our referral rate from 54% in January of 2023 to just shy of 90% of all youth being referred timely, with many programs hovering around 100% of youth being referred to behavioral health. Last area I want to talk about is complex care. This is a term you may have heard, and it's a term that's emerged in the last 2 or so years that describes youth with high-level complex needs who are involved in multiple youth-serving agencies within our system of care. Usually that's child welfare, behavioral health, and probation. Anecdotally, we're experiencing more and more complex care youth, and our data indicates these youth seem to be increasingly younger. Many of them are within our ICWA program. Together, especially with behavioral health, we are implementing new strategies to serve new strategies and services to improve safety and stability for these youth. Some of our efforts include establishing a 2-bed short-term residential treatment program. You'll hear STRTP. This is Sequoia House locally. It's a partnership with Redwood Community Services. You may hear about it in the coming years. It's a phenomenal resource for our community, and we're really, really glad to be able to provide this here locally. Other efforts, we've relaunched our wraparound program. We've continued to develop our youth support specialist program. We continue to grow our behavioral health partnership, which is really important. And similarly, our partnerships with law enforcement, hospital, and probation are all strengthening. We've developed a CWS hospital social work position to streamline discharge planning and better address the gaps that we know unfortunately exist between our systems, especially when youth are in behavioral health and mental health crises. And lastly, we're applying to the state for funding for an enhanced placement project to increase foster parent availability, training, and support with these particularly complex care situations. Next slide. Innovations, efficiencies, and stability. So child welfare often deals in crisis, and to do that, we ourselves can't be in crisis. We believe that there's a mutually reciprocal relationship between innovation, efficiency, and stability, with each of these supporting the other. I'd like to take a quick run through some of these things here, and then I will wrap it up and pass it on. In response to a changing workforce, and what appears to be a general reduction in the workforce, we have a hard time filling our social worker positions, right? As well as challenging budget, we're changing how we staff the agency. We are creatively utilizing, and by creatively utilizing, a diversity of job classes, including classes not previously seen in child welfare. This allows us to access a broader candidate pool. We're kind of moving from a jack-of-all-trades use of social work to organizing the work into specialized units. That is helping to address workflow, processes, caseload sizes, and make the best use of staff expertise as well as staffing budgets. Continuous quality improvement. We've talked about continuous quality improvement here and elsewhere, and we will do so again. CQI has really become the way we do business, and I can't say enough how I think over the course of my career, CQI has changed the discipline and really for the better. So as we pull out specialized units of work, we will definitely continue to invest in CQI expertise and strategies as we're seeing clear links to, I think, somewhat impressive program improvements through the use of data-driven program management and decision-making. Along with CQI, we invest in training. We receive consistent feedback regarding the importance of training and specifically joint training with tribes regarding ICWA work, and see this as a key part of how we support and sustain a healthy and engaged workforce. CWS is lucky to be able to access federal dollars, almost 100% pull down federal dollars that cover our training needs. Technology. Agencies just have to be technologically smart these days, and so we are always reviewing the tech we use, and we'll continue to update tech to make staff's jobs easier, to ensure data availability and transparency, and to increase efficiency. Specific to budget concerns, we'll be reviewing processes closely in these last three categories: over-processing, time study, and outcomes. Michelle talked about over-processing. We'll be doing the same, looking for efficiencies. Regarding time study, we'll be doing some focused work to ensure we're maximizing our available funding. And regarding contracts, CWS depends on and is grateful for our contracted partners, and simultaneously over the coming year, we will be reviewing all contracts for cost, quality of service, and for outcomes. Slide, Connie. You're ahead of me. I want to close with acknowledging the important role and support that our contracted agencies provide. CWS has many, many contracts, and while we may need to tighten our belts, it's through these partners, as well as the other DHHS, county, governmental, tribal programs, that the most at-risk children and families in Humboldt maintain safety, wellness, and stability. Contracts cost money, but the value of partnership and services are incalculable. With that, I pass to my partner over in public health, and I want to thank the board for its continuing understanding, support, and compassion for the people working in child welfare and the work we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and your board. Sophia Prayer, Public Health Director. I just wanted to touch on a little bit around some accomplishments, and then I'll talk a little bit about some goals, and then really also lean into talking about the challenges that we're facing in public health. So first and foremost, in terms of accomplishments, your board has been, I think this,
Sorry, I'm gesturing weirdly. I think there's slides.
No, it's helpful to have the visual. Thank you. So one highlight I just really wanted to accomplish and highlight is the public health lab. This is something your board has been very supportive of. We acquired a new site in January of this year, thanks to your support. We are currently in the process of contracting with a design team that's via Public Works. And they're a very experienced design team working on several labs, BSL-3 bioterrorism labs, so they're very familiar with the type of needs that we have here locally. And just a reminder, for the community that may be listening in, our public health lab provides a variety of different services, and it really is core infrastructure to the health of our community. It supports shellfish industry, water quality testing, communicable disease testing. Just the level of infrastructure that our lab provides is really critical. So this is going to be something that I'll definitely be talking a lot over the next couple of years, but just really wanted to recognize that we had a really big moment in being able to acquire a site, which meant that we could start the designing of the lab. We have so far 3.5 million provided in grants that are helping to support the site acquisition and the designing. And some of this funding, if we're able to move quickly enough, will actually be able to go towards construction. So that's really exciting that we have those resources that are flexible enough to be able us to move into to construction if we're able to acquire the rest of the funding that's necessary. Some early estimates that were provided by Public Works estimated this project in total would be about 15.6 million. Through the design process, we will have a better idea of what the actual costs of the project will be. But that's just kind of a working number that's been very helpful for us in terms of identifying potential funding sources. And so we are going to be looking at a variety of different funding sources that I'll talk a little bit under goals. But that's right now we have 3.5 million that's supporting the liftoff of this project. Other accomplishments from this year, your board received a presentation in November of 2023 about the launch of the Live Well Humboldt dashboard. This is really built upon work that's been done through Live Well Humboldt and bringing together community partners around health improvement work and the Community Health Improvement Plan. So this is a really incredible resource that over the last several months, we've gotten feedback from community partners that they are utilizing this resource. They're using the health data that's in there to apply for grants. So we recognize just even in the early stages of this dashboard, it's providing a really important service. And I think it really has the potential to grow and meet more community needs. And so the other thing I just want to touch on, recently the county's health officer, Dr. Stockton, presented overdose death data. And this is data that we've been providing with community partners and working with tribes on providing this data so that it can inform work that we're doing in our communities and our systems. And so that's just another piece of what public health does is, using data to help inform policy and system change work and being a part of, developing those solutions as well where we can support. In terms of goals, shocking, Public Health Lab is really going to be a top goal for us. So like I mentioned, we're going to complete the design in this next fiscal year, and we are actively working on securing funding. We are working to secure up to $8 million via legislative, philanthropic, and donor avenues. We will not leave any stone unturned because this is such an incredible community asset. And so I know there's a lot of interest in this project, and we will continue to keep your board abreast of any developments around that. Also, I just wanted to highlight substance use prevention work that we do in our Healthy Communities Division. This is definitely something we are going to be providing resources to really broaden youth outreach. We are going to be using opioid settlement funds to help fund our health education work that we're doing with youth across the community and through various school partnerships and youth organization partnerships. I also wanted to flag, your board has expressed support for public health to be working on nitrous oxide. We learned that some substance use funding where we develop a work plan for nitrous oxide was actually one of the areas that we could put in as a focus, which is the first time that's ever happened. And so you bet we have put in our request to work on nitrous oxide. It's a 2-year funding cycle. And so hopefully that will mean that we'll have some staff time that we can dedicate to working on nitrous oxide for the county. And it sounds like there's a lot of interest across the state, I think, in terms of what we're going to be doing here in Humboldt County from what we're hearing from partners. And so next I want to talk a bit about challenges. I have to admit we are obviously seeing budget challenges across the board. I think for public health, given the investment that came in through COVID and in response to COVID, the level of budget impacts that we're seeing is truly shocking for our team. We're looking at various funding sources that are at risk. Current projections of realignment for us look to be about $1 million less than we were originally anticipating. The governor's May revise also proposes to cut $300 million in state and local public health funding. For you all, you're probably familiar with Future Public Health. That for us is about $940,000 annually that we've been accounting on. And that funds currently about 9 positions, and we were in process of hiring various positions as well. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But just to give a sense of scale here, a little over, so about $940,000 of future public health funding is at risk of being cut 100%. We have real staff that are in those positions. And then also there's cuts to the CalWorks home visiting program, which funds part of nurse-family partnership. So just to give a sense of what these impacts would mean just from the May revised budget impacts alone. So that would clearly cut well over $1 million for us. This currently funds about 10 positions. For nurse-family partnership, what this would equate to is a 40% reduction in services to families. So currently we serve 36 families in nurse-family partnership, which is a home visiting program working with mothers from pregnancy into the first 2 years of the child's life for first-time mothers. And that would reduce that caseload or family served from 36 to 22. So we obviously don't want that to be the outcome. And so we are a part of any advocacy efforts, and your board has been very supportive of protecting these funding sources, but just wanted to quantify for you the very real impact of just even that one funding source for us. Also just wanted to note for future public health, several positions are currently funded that were involved in the measles exposure response. That gave our team the ability to respond to that swiftly and effectively while managing other communicable diseases that come in, because as we know, diseases don't arrive in an orderly fashion. So some of those positions that are funded by future public health, communicable disease investigator, a public health nurse that are stationed in our communicable disease team. Future Public Health also funds a supervising microbiologist, which adds much needed capacity to our lab. And then there's other unfilled positions like epidemiologist and an assistant director of nursing that are also at risk with these cuts. And for example, with the epidemiologist, we've just finished a recruitment. We have a really strong candidate that wants to relocate here, and I'll be honest, I am not sure that we can afford it. And so we're going to have to look at that with all of these other things and see if there's a way that we can make it work, because an epidemiologist is an incredibly important role in our branch, and we want to make it work. But these cuts that we're seeing are just really devastating. And so we're going to do everything we can to be able to protect those core public health services and to protect the staff that we have and the important services that they deliver. One other thing that is just that we're also looking at is the impact of Proposition 1. So obviously, Emmy spoke a lot about the impacts to behavioral health. It also is a key funding source for our suicide prevention work in our suicide and family violence prevention program. And so the potential to cuts could be up to $300,000 for us there. So I appreciate the opportunity to share where we're at. As much as this information is very sobering, I also do feel optimistic that we will find a way through, because we, are adaptive in public health. We will do what we can to meet the needs of the community, but just realistically, there's a lot of really tough conversations that we're going to have about how we restructure, how we change the way we do work, and what are the core public health services and infrastructure that we provide that support this community that we need to maintain. So with that, I will turn it back over to Connie.
Nikki, can you put this slide back up? Thank you. I'm going to speak a little more about the governor's proposed cuts for DHHS in a minute, but I did want to talk a little bit about our continuum of care funding. Over the past several years, the housing funding has come to the county, both to DHHS as the administrative entity for the continuum of care and to DHHS directly. There's not one steady reoccurring amount of housing money, unfortunately, and instead it's a patchwork of different sources with different requirements, and I think these little bubbles show that a little bit. DHHS staff are working to implement a new housing management information system. That's HMIS. That's the requirement of community partners and our programs to utilize for the case management system for the state. This new program that they're implementing will be really much more efficient for use of staff and for community partners to collect the data that's required by the different funding streams, so that will be great. We've also, the PIT count has been submitted, so we'll be presenting that to your board here in the next month or so. We've also set aside some funding for the navigation center that's in design right now. And then I did just want to add that these slides, the revenue for the new pallet house shelter project in Southern Humboldt is not included here. Southern Humboldt will receive the funding directly, but our staff are actually assisting in that project. So here's the list of the proposed May revise from the governor, and I have to tell you, I've never been so disappointed in seeing the information from that May revise. As you know, Governor Newsom just released the May revision of the state budget. The proposed cuts are worse than anticipated and infect all branches within DHHS. Numerous programs are proposed for elimination or substantial reduction. As usual, if any or all of these cuts become reality, we will regroup and further reduce some of our current costs while trying to reduce the impact to the community. I do want to thank your board for all of the letters that you've signed recently to submit to the legislature. Some of those are in support of the housing support for foster youth, the child welfare family urgent response system, the future of public health funding, social services housing programs such as HSTAP, bringing families home and home safe. So I really appreciate those. I think there's another letter that is being worked on right now for the IHSS provider backup system. So I really appreciate any conversations that you have that you could assist us in convincing others that these things should not be cut. I do feel like we've really, in the last few years, been able to build supports in our community for services, and like one of them, like CalWORK's mental health substance use disorder funds, that's like $1.6 million, and it helps fund our family wellness court with the Yurok tribe and Hupa tribe. So some of these have just huge impacts, and Sophia, you did a really nice job talking about the future of public health funds. These are programs and positions that we have that are providing these services to our community. So whatever you can do to assist us in trying to get back some of this would be greatly appreciated. I understand the state has issues, you know, themselves, and I do appreciate that they didn't actually cut, you know, individuals like CalWORK's benefit or CalFresh benefit, so I appreciate that, but cutting these services will be devastating to our community. And at that, that's where I'm going to leave it. So if you guys have any questions or comments, please let me know.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't have any questions. I once again want to thank your department in whole for the work that it does for Humboldt County, and so important to the families that you all service.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, I mean, every day I'm amazed at the amount of work you do with such limited resources, as Emmy said right in the beginning, that don't blame the workers. You know, they're doing everything they can. And I think it's going to take even more empathy on the part of our community to understand this. You know, it's not going to be easy on any level in terms of these cuts and the impacts. HCTAC, you know, so many programs that are actually saving us as taxpayers a tremendous amount of resources, let alone saving lives. You know, which is really the most important part of all of this, is trying to help people when they're really hurting and really need that help. So again, as Supervisor Bushnell said, thank you for everything all of your divisions do. It's not easy, but we're in this together as a community, and we'll try and figure out our way forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I echo all those sentiments. I think one of the things we're going to be looking at is, I mean, so a bulk of your budget is external funding. It's not, you know, we have some general fund part of this, but really it's massively out of our control to a certain degree, except for when we're lobbying in this moment. Like, that's our control in this moment. And then it's somewhat limited, but we leverage where we can. And so that's where, I mean, I'm going to be really thinking about what our impacts are going to be in terms of our general fund capacities moving forward as well. I mean, and then this, I mean, this is some sobering information, and we're going to have to really figure out what to do next. And so, but we're on the team. We, as you know, so we're going to do what we can to be able to deliver services where we can, and that's what we do. I mean, we're a service-oriented organization, and I'm grateful for the work that you guys do. So, thank you.
Supervisor Royal?
I want to express appreciation for the emphasis on maintaining the both the mandated and the core services upon which our community relies. And I would say none of this is not necessary by any means. And I also know that you all, there's a lot of perception concerns around your department just because people don't understand the funding streams and the mandated requirements and how, you know, integral the services are, and, you know, people just see a dollar amount, right? It looks like a big budget. And so I want to circle back around to what you said at the beginning. Was it 1.33% of your total budget in DHHS that is general fund funded?
That's correct.
Wow. I knew it was small, but I didn't realize it was that small. So less than 1.5% of your budget comes from the general fund. I think that's helpful for us to contextualize when we talk to community members. And we will be obviously in the very hard position of trying to figure out, you know, how to do without some very critical services based on the state budget. I don't think there's any way around that. So thank you for your adaptability and for sharing that information and continuing to share it so our community, you know, can understand where we're at. Thank you.
Sum it up in one word, damn. It's going to be tough. But, I mean, and we know that, and the 1.5% from the general fund, we're looking at here any way at all to increase that, and the chances of increasing it are, you know, slim as hell right now because of where we're at. I know, and I just because this one sticks in my head for 12 years, what are the numbers on the TAP? Can you send me the numbers on the TAP program, what we're doing? Because I remember 12 years ago, it used to take close to 96 hours from the time they came in to actually, and we got it down to 12 hours at one time, which just gives them enough time not to get a, you know, to stay in that focus. So if you could send me the numbers, used to get it monthly, and that's the Transportation Assistance Program is one of the programs I just love because it's usually a last resort for people that are at that last resort situation. So anyway, appreciate what you do. There will be public comment after all the presentations.
I'm sorry, sir. Supervisor Rex, this is vitally related and needs to be
I agree, but you're going to have an opportunity, but I've got to wait just to give everybody else the same opportunity. Thank you.
It is related to what these fine folks have told you today, though.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you. All right. Thanks, you guys. It's like D-Day. depressing day. All right.
I'm representing the local Fortuna Elementary School District today as well.
Good morning, Chair Bone, members of the board. The depression will continue. This is going to be a really, really tough year for all departments, especially our department. We have 6 divisions within our department: the engineering division, environmental services, facilities management, general services, land use, and road maintenance and fleet services divisions. This year, we have 183 FTEs throughout the division. Last year, we had 200. We've been doing attrition over the year with the knowing the upcoming budgets are going to be extremely tough. So as people leave, we have not been filling positions, and we've also frozen positions so that we could give our equipment operators, our road maintenance 3s, a raise. We have about a $117 million budget this year. As you can see, the vast majority is in roads, and that's all the contracts and all the other work that we're doing. We do have several major projects that are the bulk of the budget, a big proportion. That's the Arcata Eureka Trail. The Honeydew Bridge is going to construction this summer, and that's also a big ticket item. We're planning on the Redway transfer station remodel, and we've got just a ton of other stuff going on as well. But those two big projects are about $40 million all by themselves. Roads engineering, we administered construction of 28 projects, capital improvement projects last year. 19 were storm drain repair projects, and broke out some others, but mainly the storm repair. If you're all aware, you all are aware. Going back to 2017, we've had over $60 million since then in damage to our road system due to under declared disasters, most of those storm damage, but also the earthquakes. We design and manage state, federal, tribal, and local funding for 145 storm damage repair projects, 3 bridge maintenance projects, 8 bridge replacement projects, 8 safety projects, 1 trail project, 3 accessibility projects, and 1 fish passage project. And we've submitted invoices to federal highways for over $16 million for reimbursement for the capital improvement projects. Our goals are to continue administering the construction of our capital improvement projects, including storm damage, bridge, safety, trail accessibility, and fish passage projects. We've designed and managed state and federal and local funding on the next year for 127 storm damage projects, 2 bridge maintenance projects, 9 bridge replacement projects, 8 safety projects, 1 trail projects, 2 accessibility projects, and 3 fish patches projects. And we want to invoice at least $12 billion to the federal highways for reimbursable capital projects next year. Here's some of the projects that we have done. Matoll Road, Bull Creek at post mile 2.11, you can see before and after. Elk Creek before and after. Pine Hill Bridge before and after, and that bridge is easily raised. It's set on abutments that can be raised to accommodate sea level rise, so the bridge can be raised. Redway Pedestrian HSIP, Highway Safety Improvement Program, before and after. I don't know if we've got the power on the lights yet. Last I heard, we were waiting for PG&E still. Storm damage, Park Street before and after. We had $7.5 million in storm damage in 2022, $2.5 million in 2023. You can see Lighthouse Road on the Matoll River before and after emergency opening. We did $1.6 million in ADA curb ramps. This was phase 2 of our consent decree that we had years ago to continue to build the curb ramps. These are projects that we are cutting from next year's budget that are ready to go to construction. And this is just a few of them. There's probably going to be more stacked up. And the issue here is we do not have the county's cost share without taking more funds from road maintenance. And I can't justify doing that at this time. Our road maintenance division is hurting and hurting big time. And they've lost a significant number of people to attrition, don't have money for materials, have huge heavy equipment replacement costs, and so we've got to draw the line and push these projects out for a year. The problem here is, again, road maintenance will have to maintain these areas over the winter, but I don't have the money I would have to cut road maintenance people to take the money to make these projects happen. We do have a lot of projects happening. We are doing the Honeydew Bridge, and that's because we have a signed tolling agreement with the state of California with a strict schedule that if we don't comply, they can withhold massive amount of federal and state funding, future funding, until we complete that project. So that project is a priority to get done. Our Environmental Services Division has multiple units. We have water management, natural resource planning, roads, natural resources, parks, trails, and McKay Community Forest. We also manage the Table Bluff closed landfill under our solid waste. For water management, we do county levies, municipal stormwater, River Valley groundwater, sea level rise and flood risk reduction, Trinity River water contract, Eel River Potter Valley project, and site investigation and remediation for impacted county-owned properties. So you can see the overview of the Eel River Valley and the groundwater issue, the Eel River dam removal and regional water planning on the Eel River, and levee management and flood risk reduction. We have a lot of accomplishment. We have the Humboldt Bay Living Shoreline Planning Project, which is really the leading edge in the state of California on sea level rise adaptation. If we can get this through, it will be a leadership for the state on showing how to work with the existing coastal area to stabilize the shoreline. And really this means flattening out the approach in some of the areas where the ocean is, or the bay is just right up against, with deep water against the side, filling it in so that when the waves come in, they attenuate much further out and don't hit the shore as hard. We have the Redwood Creek estuary restoration, that's what we're working on. Trinity River Water Contract Management Plan, that we completed a plan for Humboldt County's water contract for the annual release of not less than 50,000 feet from the Trinity Reservoir into the Trinity River to benefit fisheries. The Eel River Potter Valley Project, we represented Humboldt County in regional negotiations regarding the future of the Potter Valley Project. Groundwater and stormwater, completed mandatory compliance work for the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the State Municipal Stormwater Permit. Levees, we maintain 3 federal flood control projects to protect Oric, Blue Lake, and Fortuna. And Jacoby Creek and Elk River, we're coordinating with stakeholders to develop strategies for large-scale multi-benefit restoration projects. Natural Resource Planning, this is our Fire Safe Council, North Coast Resource Partnership. This has brought a significant amount of money into the county all over the boards. In fact, some of the fire safe money we provide the local match with our Measure Z funded mowing crew, and that's allowed us a local match for the area fire departments and fire safe councils to leverage funding to turn our roads into fire breaks. So we continue to administer sub-grants for multi-year state funding. Drought multi-year total grants of about $22 million, completed a $2.6 million multi-year project to support involvement from disadvantaged communities and tribes, secured $10 million grant from CAL FIRE to support forest health projects in the North Coast region, secured a $3 million grant from the State Water Board to provide technical assistance to small communities for wastewater projects. And that's very important because some of the money that we have out there, some of the districts that need help, they don't have staff to do it, and getting them that technical assistance gets them in the line to get money to improve their water system. And we secured $650,000 from the Governor's Office of Planning and and research for climate resilience planning. Our Humboldt County Fire Safe Council completed a state grant to support regional wildfire preparedness, secured implementation funding of $500,000 for Southern Humboldt Defensible Space Project, secured a $150,000 grant to sustain the county coordinator team, which supports the staffing of the Humboldt County Fire Safe Council. Roads Natural Resources, they do all the permitting for our roads projects, the permitting and compliance for capital projects, storm damage projects, road maintenance, gravel mining, and quarries. They led the permitting for the Honeydew Bridge and the Pine Hill Bridge replacements. We coordinated the completion of environmental studies, mitigation measures, and permits to allow for the construction of the Honeydew Bridge, completed environmental reviews and secured permits for multiple storm damage projects, including projects in the environmental sensitive areas such as Cock Robin Island, Matoll Road, Telegraph Creek Road, Centerville Road. Roads in Elk River, we secured a $100,000 grant to develop flood reduction projects at Berta Road, Zanes Road, and the flood curve on Elk River near Wrigley Road. Long-term permits, we administer long-term permit agreements with the regulatory agencies to allow dozens of road maintenance activities to proceed with streamlined compliance reviews. The McKay Trap operation and our environmental services, parks, trails, McKay Community Forest, operation and maintenance of 16 county parks, Hammond Trail, portions of Humboldt Bay Trail and Annie Mary Trail, timber management, recreation, resource conservation for the 1,200-acre McKay Community Forest. On the left, you see Swimmers Delight Campground and River Access, very popular, Jimmy Smith Fields Landing Boat Launch. Well, our next move there is try to move forward a grant for the rebuilding the docks, and of course the ground breaking on the Humboldt Bay Trail South last year, which we're hoping to complete this summer. Freshwater seasonal dam and fish ladder was resumed last year after many years of not doing it. We're in a little bit of a concern right now for this year because our crane truck is out of commission, and that's what we use to install the dam, so we may have to go back and try it with the excavator again, which is much more difficult, so I'll keep you posted on that. It's important to get that dam in early so that we can get the water flowing, but again, unfortunately, we don't have a crane truck in operation.
Is that a one-day operation?
It's a real quick operation. I can't say 1 day or two, but it's pretty quick.
Maybe we can get some public participation.
Maybe we can. County Park Campgrounds enabled exceptional camping experiences at Pamplin Grove, Swimmers Delight, AWA, Big Lagoon, Clam Beach, and Samoa. Clam Beach wheelchair mat completed first full year of maintaining the wheelchair mat at Clam Beach, with volunteer trail stewards who do a huge amount of work on the Hammond Trail and are helping to build and upgrade the trails in the McKay Community Forest. Humboldt Bay South, we're hoping to get that completed this year. A Humboldt Bay Trail Planning Study from Eureka to the College of the Redwoods. We have a $285,000 grant to move that project forward. A Hammond Bridge replacement, we've got that $6 million earmark from the federal government, so we're initiating design and technical studies to replace the Hammond Bridge over the Mant River. And non-industrial timber harvest management plan for the McKay Tract. We continue to update the plan for sustainable timber management and McKay Community Forest in coordination with regulatory agencies. Our goals in environmental services are maintain continuity and avoid non-compliance amid staffing changes, lots of turnover, stabilize the Parks and Recs budget to avoid significant reductions in services. We've received a significant bump in insurance from $45,000 to $106,000 this year. Stabilize the trails maintenance budget to offset the loss of TDA funding. All of the TDA funding this year is going to transit, except for a very small portion. Usually we have about $65,000 that we earmark for trail maintenance, as is allowable, but there's not even that enough left under this year's TDA allocations to provide that to parks. Complete the improvements and upgrades for the restrooms and pathways at Big Lagoon County Park. in coordination with the CAO's ADA compliance team and a $400,000 state grant. Resolve the status of Samoa Campground and Boat Ramp. That park facility is actually state-owned property, and the operating agreement with Humboldt County has lapsed. The facility provides fee revenue, but has significant accessibility improvement needs. So we are working to see if we can turn that over to a partner district to manage in the future. Complete construction of the Humboldt Bay South project, hopefully this summer. Advanced site investigation and remediation planning for the Eureka Dry Cleaner site, which is what's coming underneath the courthouse and all the issues we have with that. Achieve regulatory approval for the McKay Community Forest and Non-Industrial Timber Management Plan. Once that's done, we will finally start to generate revenue for the McKay Community Forest and hopefully start to pay back the $1 million general fund loan that the board gave us to get this started. Continue to support projects and activities led by Public Works to ensure that appropriate environmental stewardship and protection are incorporated, and secure grant funds to sustain county fire implementation and build local climate change resiliency. For our permitting, again, Honeydew Bridge, Pine Hill Bridge. Our budget units here, solid, except for we do have one request, same one we made last year for our natural resources planning, the $20,000 that helps us leverage hundreds of thousands and millions in grants. That's the money that we need for our grant to cover our grant writing expenses. If we don't have that, we will have a significant reduction in the amount of grants we are receiving. As you can see, the trails expenditures is here because that's a capital project. We don't have any other lined up at this point unless we get to see our trail. So Facilities Management Division, we've got 5 positions, 3 filled in capital projects, 40 positions, 35 filled in building maintenance, and 2 positions both filled in real property. Insurance costs are hitting us very hard. It's a 147% increase to $249,000. So as a result, we've had to cut all our available line items in the services and supplies expenditure category. This includes funding for the maintenance of structures, maintenance of equipment, office expenses, professional services, miscellaneous equipment, and computer software, among others. This will impact staff's ability to provide basic maintenance services to county facilities. You will see that impact. Last year, we completed the acquisition of 3007 and 3015 I Street, paving the way for what was brought forth to you in the previous item with DHHS, the new site of the Public Health Lab. Improve the cleanliness of facilities and custodial and efficiency of custodial services by monitoring and then removing 100 surplus trash receptacles that were hardly ever used. So we just got rid of them and got rid of the time it took to go empty them. Finalize the execution of a lease agreement for 80 West 3rd Street in Eureka in support of the county's shelter crisis ordinance. This is again working with the DHHS on important things that they have to do. This year, our goals are to update the Humboldt County Facilities Master Plan, identifying the direction of future strategic planning initiatives, create our capital improvements plan for county facilities, including identifying project priorities, staffing needs, and funding strategies over the next 5 years, and complete a staffing reorganization by deallocating a current construction project manager position that is empty and allocating 2 project coordinator positions and filling one of those after a class and compensation study is completed. Under capital projects, we completed a fast-track emergency seismic retrofit project at the Ferndale Fairgrounds. We are in the process of getting a substantial amount of reimbursement from the state of California under the OES. We're looking pretty good on that. We will keep you posted once we get a finalized DSR, but they are pushing forward a full DSR for the $1.1 million, of which, if they approve it, we would get a 75% return. We completed phase 1 of the motor pool electric vehicle charging stations project, adding 12 electric vehicle charging stations to the county's fleet. Completed the sheriff's exercise room conversion project, improving facilities for the benefit of county staff. Again, we want to complete construction of the courthouse re-roofing project, complete construction of the Ferndale Vets HVAC and electric service upgrade, and complete construction of the new Garberville Veterans Project. Our veterans buildings, we built up a new budget so we could specifically track what we're spending on the veterans buildings. Otherwise, it was hidden in our regular budget and not really transparent. So we established the veterans budget, and we're collaborating with veterans groups and community members to complete cosmetic improvements to the interior of the Fortuna Veterans Hall. We want to amend the existing Eureka Veterans Memorial Building Management Agreement for allow for new and innovative uses of the building, negotiate new management agreements with Arcata, Ferndale, and Fortuna, and engage with community energy partner organizations to plan for and complete energy efficiency upgrade projects at county-owned Veterans Memorials buildings. Just as an example of what we do, this is in pre-design. This is a new public health lab. This is where we're at with the concepts. In design, the Garberville Veterans Hall. In design, the courthouse transformers replacement emergency power and electrical reconfiguration project, and the courthouse re-roofing project. We completed the motor pool EV charging in collaborations with our Public Works motor pool. Completed project at the Ferndale grandstands with the emergency seismic repair, noting that I signed the certificate of occupancy on the very day they started to move in on August 11th for the fair to start on August 17th.
Tom, just a clarification on the grandstands. The emergency repairs took care of 95 to 98% of all the repairs needed, right?
There's still some deferred maintenance, but there's no fear anymore that the roof is going to fall down. The building is safe to use.
Yeah, everybody thinks, well, we just got through for the 1 year and stuff, but it's there for a while.
There's always deferred maintenance on buildings,
Understood.
always things that you got to get to, but the structural stability of the grandstands is good. General services, road administration business, maintained a knowledgeable and informed staff and encourage employee development by providing access to relevant training opportunities, broaden the scope of documents being scanned for electronic record retention, worked with IT to install a new SQL server for Public Works cost accounting system. And we have that special cost accounting system because that's what is required by Caltrans for us to get reimbursement. And we continue to track outstanding and ongoing projects for reimbursements. As soon as the county audits are completed, we will develop the ICRP again, the indirect cost rate plan, which would drastically increase the amount we can bill Caltrans for our overhead from the standard de minimis 10% to what it actually is, which is significantly higher than that. That will improve our revenue outlook. Continue to work with other county departments on projects, motor pool logs, and outside agency buildings. Transportation services, we funded Humboldt Transit Authority to begin operating a new Wakeday Express route between Eureka and Ukiah. Updated the transportation logo to Ride Humboldt. Ride Humboldt's extending services began February 19th, 2024. Goals continue to ensure that all unmet transit needs are met at a reasonable cost, continuing to work strongly with a partner with HTA and work with other transportation providers on connection routes to service the community. We have contracts with a number of different smaller transit operators. HTA is our main one, but there's a lot of little connections that work with it as well. They do project finance and accounting, FEMA building, Cal OES building, transit contracts, franchise agreements, and renter cards. Under solid waste, we have our 1383 corrective action plan. I do want to thank Senator Wood for his recent bill that just bought us a little bit more time. We're working on revising our franchise agreements to include the 1383 collections, implement the rate adjustments, working with community partners to have or to talk about the feasibility of an organic processing facility and possibly moving that forward. Because as of now, we're going to have to haul our food waste out of county, just like our regular solid waste. We feel it's just much more effective and efficient to do it in county in the construction model of the Redway Transfer Station. Our land use division does land development projects, right-of-way and real property for the roads, and county surveyor. They have a skeleton crew at this point. We've deallocated the deputy director and the associate civil engineer position in the land use division and are still struggling. We are requesting funding to review, to retain staffing levels in land use. It's only a matter of time before things turn around, and we don't want to be left with no staff or with staff who do not understand the standards of the county. So we are asking for funding to retain staff in land use, as well as we are asking funding to retain our county surveyor, as that funding was not increased when his salary was increased. So we try to ensure orderly development, inspect subdivision improvements as they're built. We issue encroachment, special event, and transportation permits, and we administer permanent road divisions and impact fees. Land development projects and workload trends, as you see, they have been going down for a number of years. This is affecting both public works and planning. So it's hopefully a trend that may reverse as things like Nordic start to come online. Right-of-way and real property, we acquire right-of-way for road projects. We administer vacations, abandonments, termination of maintenance, and administer the county road system maintained mileage. Surveys, county surveyor does surveys for county road projects, legal descriptions and right-of-way engineering, map, corner record, and document review. The monument manages the Monument Preservation Fund and legal requirements under the requirements for the county surveyor, as set by the state of California. We are requesting funding again to retain the existing staffing levels. Otherwise, we're going to have to start making cuts in our survey division. Surveyor work has been pretty steady. That's because this is county work, and it's all the storm damage has kept them busy and steady. So they have plenty of work. So our division goals is working with planning and building to implement their Axela program they use to include land use, implement Axela for processing the land use applications, utilize built-in modules in Axela to process the application, and analyze again our fees for service to ensure that costs are recuperated for services provided. And finally, but probably our biggest division with a lot of the biggest issues financial-wide. This is our road maintenance division, and this is the sea of orange you see out in front of you. The people in this audience here are the ones that fill our potholes, clean our culverts, plow the snow, remove trees off the road in the middle of winter, sometimes at night, even though I tell them not to. These people are their go-to people for the county. They provide the signs and striping. They repair the equipment so the road crews can be out there on a daily basis, making sure we do whatever we can to keep our road system. So here's some of the road maintenance that we can do, just some overall pictures of standard daily maintenance. We do track our requests for service, and when we see success, this number will go down. Having it go up just means that we're deferring more and more maintenance. So 2022 was a quiet year, but 2023 was back to 2021 levels, and the roads are deteriorating. Accomplishments, we purchased and put into service the new brush cutters for the Measure Z. That's increased our production by 50%. Replaced approximately 400 feet of failed culverts or culverts in need of repair. Graded approximately 300 miles of dirt roads and hole patched approximately 800 miles of roads. Supplied county chipper, our wood chipper, to the Fire Safe Council to help with public chipper days. So that we're trying to make full utilization so our equipment's just not sitting around. If somebody else needs it and they're doing a community good, that's what that is part of. working with RCAA and the Harbor Commission to protect Samoa beaches from vehicular traffic damage. Performed work in Shelter Cove to help the RID with a cost share for a fire safe grant that they were able to leverage. Our goals are to address requests for road maintenance services, hopefully before they come in, work towards improving the overall condition of the county maintained road system, increase the amount of drainage maintenance performed throughout the year. So some of the things we do, this is road plowing in the winter. Everybody likes to go to the nice places in the winter to do their skiing or whatever. Somebody's got to open the road for people to get there. Tree removal, well, we have a lot of trees and a lot of them fall across our roads. Storm damage, road clearing, they're the first people out there. When something happens on our roads, they're the ones throwing up the barricades. They're the ones trying to clear the road to get the road open. So we'll shift over to our heavy equipment. This has become a big part as we comply with the California Air Resource Boards. So we're continue to research funding available for road equipment to the CARB and clean fleet requirements. We're finalizing onboard diagnostic smoke testing requirements that came into law January 1st, 2024. Continue to work with the roads department to help with the sustainability of heavy equipment and trucks. Our goals are to replace the striper truck and with the new fully outfitted for service, transitioning to automatic transmissions and dump truck procurement to help with employee retention and reduce equipment damage and repair cost. Completed 623 repair orders, which included engine replacements, transmission replacements, clutch replacements, axle replacements, outfitting of new vehicles, road repairs, bit inspections, smoke inspections, onboard diagnostic compliance inspections, subframe replacements, accident repairs, equipment repairs, and services. So in other words, we do it all. We have the new T4 equipment coming in, striper, dump truck. So this is the stuff you're going to start seeing out there. Public Works Measure Z, this is our specific mow crew that does nothing but mow, working with community groups and individual community members. We prepared 6 miles of county roadways for chip sealing on Shelter Cove Road, helped do that. Received the brush cutters for Measure Z. We just do mowing everywhere. We create roadside shaded fuel breaks in isolated high-density residential areas located in high wildfire risk areas in Shelter Cove with only one road in and out. And we try to produce a minimum of 5 miles of vegetation removal per day. Road maintenance and fleet services, total number of vehicles right now is 537, 12 of which are electric. We purchased our first 6 in 2022, the next 6 in 2023. Just an example so you can look at the changes in fuel cost and how they've hit us. And this is just Public Works. This is not everybody else. This has also hit the sheriff. It's hit DHHS. Anybody who drives uses a county vehicle, you can see that our fuel costs from 1920 to 22-23 have well more than doubled. Maintenance has increased significantly, all while we've actually reduced mileage, although we're starting to climb back a little bit now, coming back out of COVID. But we had reduced mileage, but it heavily increased fuel and maintenance costs. And that is the end of my presentation. I do want to thank all of those road maintenance workers who took the time to be here today, and ask that you seriously consider our extra funding requests. We did not put them in willy-nilly. They are truly needed. But again, so are many others throughout the county. So I will trust your good judgment on what comes out the back end of in June. Thank you.
Supervisor Royal.
I appreciate you stretching those dollars. It's pretty incredible to see what you do, and very hopeful for this November's ballot measure. And I appreciate the outreach that you're doing out in the community too.
Supervisor Wilson.
I guess a couple questions and points. The list of projects to get cut. Can you go back to that?
I can if Nikki would help me.
near the beginning. It's just like the second slide almost, I think, or third, fourth, somewhere back there.
Did I pass it already?
No. It's like the first thing that had numbers. There you go.
There we go.
So on this one, I wanted to, I think it was interesting that,
10%.
yeah, if you're looking at like Bell Springs, 7,000, like $7,700. And I was just kind of wondering, I mean, in some regards, could a community rally together and maybe subsidize that to the, you know, could they do that? And would that push us over the edge for that particular project? Because that's different than, say, like, maybe like $169,000. And I'm just kind of wondering, is that, are those reasonable? Could a couple of landowners feeling generous in the area be like, hey, we could put that together and make this happen?
We're always welcome to donations.
Okay. I just wanted,
but we, you know, when we go through and made these recommendations, it wasn't easy to do.
Right.
But it's either dropping road maintenance, dropping the Honeydew Bridge, which would put us into financial nightmare for future funding, or just started hacking away at the storm damage projects, which we still have time to do. We're not going to lose the money on these, but I like I say, I can't cut road maintenance anymore. We just had to stop.
I hear you. I guess what I'm saying is, like, that's a almost, you know, more than $250,000 of work in the community that could be leveraged, for instance, for that particular one, and then there's more for others, and some communities have more capacity than others. And as we're looking at opportunities, I'm just putting it out there, it's like, if all options are on the table and we're in these sort of situations, especially when they're general fund related, maybe this is be something that some could consider. I'm not saying, I'm only pointing this one out because it's the smallest. I mean, if it wouldn't matter where it was. The second question I have is around the levies, and I noticed that you said that our management of the levies is a general fund, and I want to kind of get an understanding of, like, we're managing a piece of infrastructure through general fund on this particular element that has land that basically protects landowners for the most part, and then some infrastructure. And I'm just kind of wondering, do we expect, or do we, in terms of like the share of responsibility to the landowners, because we have levy districts where landowners tend to, you know, can aggregate their resources to do this. And I'm just kind of wondering, on these particular ones, do we have any discussions around sort of relieving ourselves of that responsibility, or transferring that more to the folks that are most impacted by that?
No, not at this point. They have always historically been generally fund. That's the position the county took when they started them. If you wanted to move to assessment districts, et cetera, we would definitely need an enhancement of funding to perform those assessments and go take the votes and everything else. We do have a couple of drainage districts that are funded, Roner Creek and Janes Creek, and Arcata and Roner Creek and Fortuna. Those are the only two that have been formed and have revenue coming in from the property taxes.
Right, because there was a bill last year that allowed for the creation of climate resilient districts, and it's basically another form of a flood district. So I mean, I know we would require funding opportunity to manage that sort of transition, but I do want to think about where we're taking on, just because we've taken on responsibilities for a long time doesn't necessarily mean it's in the best interests of the county as a whole to do those things. Then we should be probably considering that. And then the last,
Isn't that the board's job to do that?
I don't know what's happening here.
But no, it's set up. Anyway, thank you.
So
There's some oversight happening.
So the next question I have is, it's not even a question, it's just a comment. On the Vets Hall efficiency, I would add resiliency to that, because it's not just about the efficiency of energy use, but also helping to try and move the Veterans Hall so that they're actually part of our network of infrastructure for emergency services and other things too. And so I know the Vets Hall in Arcade is definitely very keen on that and would like to be available and helpful in those situations, and certainly upgrading not just efficiency but having there be actually energy storage on site and those sorts of things would be very helpful for that. So I just wanted to, if you just add that word, that'd be awesome. Besides that, I mean, there's tons more we could talk about in here, but I want to appreciate you and your whole staff. I want to say, it's like this is when we talk about like our job is like keeping the wheels on the bus of civil society, right? And like these are the people who are doing that work like daily, and like you said, at night, in the rain, under the most challenging conditions, and not just the ones shoveling things around, but the support staff that helps them do their jobs. And I just want to appreciate all that work in these discussions. So that was all I got for you. Thanks.
He's trying to say thanks, guys and girls. That's what he's trying to say. It takes long.
I didn't say thanks.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, tremendous thanks go out to the work crews. People see the work getting done, but they see the work not getting done, and then they want to blame everybody, right? And what they don't understand is what's happened to the budgets and how little money is available to the to the crews to do this work. So thank you all for your incredible dedication to taking care of our roads. The Fieldbrook people are very grateful for the early mowing on Fieldbrook Road that got done. I think that's part of the new mower team, being able to get a lot more miles of road done more quickly. So I really can't go without saying enough of thank you to all of you that are here today and those that aren't here that are actually out also still working on the roads. Also, Tom, you brought up a lot of different projects, and another way that we're starting to raise money is through partnerships, and that's something the county has always been really good at. And
They don't. They don't do their jobs. You do.
One of the examples is Lighthouse Road down in the Mattole, where a nonprofit stepped up because there was an intersection with the road and salmon habitat. And so I think over $6 million has been raised to help pay the county to take care of a long section of Lighthouse Road that often gets flooded or damaged, while also restoring salmon habitat. And these partnerships don't always happen if you don't have landowner cooperation. In that case, the Bear River Band has bought the property there that's made this also possible to move forward. So I want to thank you for your staff's time to work with the NGO to help raise that money and do that project. Another one is, I want to just be clear, you're asking for $20,000 in the NR department to raise millions? I mean, $20,000 to raise millions?
Yes,
Did I get that right?
we have to make that request every year.
Yeah, no, I know. I think that's such a small amount of money. When we're looking at tight budgets, it's easy to think we got to cut everything, but sometimes there's money that gets cut that literally ties to millions coming in, and I think that's really a great example of that. Also, your staff's incredible work to support the 7-county collaboration and the North Coast Resource Partnership, which also brings in hundreds of millions of dollars into all of our counties, including Humboldt County. We always fare really well in that program, but without your staff helping to coordinate that program, it wouldn't exist. And so that too is something you deserve a lot of credit for. And I'm hoping that the public out there recognizes the needs for funding. And so we are putting together a roads measure for November to earmark funding for our roads so we can actually start making some headway on this deferred maintenance. So anyway, thank you all for your service. Really appreciate it.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I want to thank Wayne and Denton from my area that I talk with regularly. I really appreciate you guys, and so does the community, as well as all the maintenance supervisors that do such a great job. The roads are terrible. It's not your guys' fault. It's a lot of county roads. I also know that your guys' budget is difficult at best, and you take a lot of blame, which is not really due to you all, just the conditions that we're in and the amount of roads. I do want to say around Supervisor Wilson's comment with the public, Island Mountain area is, you know, everybody's having budget issues, and so I'm not sure that the community, I know it's a big return that you would get on that if someone could come up with $8,000, but that community has diminished a lot in population as well. And so I'm not sure that 2 to 3 landowners would be able to do that. I do see the benefit in that, though. And I just really want to thank you and the guys and gals for all their work. And this winter was bad like the last one, and you guys really outdid yourselves. And I have a lot of those roads in my district, and I saw a lot of those trees were on the Alder Point Road. So I appreciate that, and hope that the community can hear that it takes a partnership, and that is coming forward in an ask, and that people are favorable for that.
Yeah, I had to look on my phone, I'm sorry, but I had to look back 3 out of the last 4 times. I've had to text somebody after hours on, somebody's called me, tree down, slide, big hole in the road, sinkhole and everything else. 3 out of the 4 were being worked on as I sent sent me pictures back of them working on it at the same time. So the reaction time is great, and I got no fault. You know, you guys do a great job on that. Honeydew Bridge, we're on the 26-year anniversary on the Honeydew Bridge. 26 years is when this first got started because of weight limits, and 26 years ago, Caltrans said the bridge is no good, and that's when we started working on it. So we're actually going to start breaking ground. They've started working on the right-of-way, so we are dogged when it comes to that. I appreciate that. Levees, I've hung around the Arcata Bottoms for over 50 years now. Up until 10, 12, 15 years ago, until other agencies got involved, they did maintain all their levees themselves. They maintained them, they took care of them and everything else. And now the permitting process has got so bad that's where they're not going to touch them with a 10-foot pole. So that's the complaint I hear from the people in the Bottoms and Park Street and things like that. So thanks you guys for everything. Appreciate it. And as we move forward, things have got to get better. Can't get much worse, I hope.
If I could add one thing before we close out, the CAO's Office in Public Works are going around with an information on the roads needs and the county needs. So if you know anybody who wants a presentation from us, please let us know. We are filling up our schedule rapidly, but if you have Rotaries or Elks or anything else that want to hear the presentation in detail, we're more than willing to take the show on the road.
Okay. Thanks, you guys.
Tom, can you let us know the schedule as you proceed with that, so as supervisors we can join in our districts if you would like that? Great, thanks.
No.
Okay, I thought it was
I'll tell you what, I'm going to tell you the minute you can get to speak, I'm going to tell you.
You got it.
Okay? I am going to do probation because she's over there ready to go. And then we're going to, and then we're going to, shh.
Don't worry, you guys silenced me effectively today, but I'll be back.
We'll be here.
Sounds good, sir. I'll see ya.
And then we'll take a half-hour lunch, and then we'll come back on the agricultural commissioner.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Bone and members of the board. I'm Coral Sanders, the county chief probation officer.
Coral, can you speak closer?
Yes.
Is it on? Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Is that loud enough now? Green light was on before. Are we good now? Yes. Okay. All right. Probation's total budget for the 24-25 fiscal year is predicted to be $6.5 million, with the largest revenue source being the state. Most of the state's revenues received are earmarked for specific types of spending. Some examples of this are standards and training for corrections monies, which fund a portion of the annual training requirements for probation officers and juvenile corrections officers. Juvenile probation and juvenile hall receive funding through the Youth Offender Block Grant and Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act. This funding supports the New Horizons Secure Treatment Program and juvenile diversion activities. JJCPA is specifically intended to target diversion or prevention activities, and in addition to funding probation's diversion officer, the funding is used to sponsor grants for Teen Court and the Boys and Girls Club, and it provides funding for clinicians in the Bridges to Success program, which increases access to mental health services in schools for students with acute needs. SB 823 monies are connected to the closure of the Department of Juvenile Justice last year and are to be used for counties to manage programming for youth who were previously detained at the state level and are now kept in county juvenile correctional facilities to serve their terms. Significant sources of state funding for adult probation are AB 109 and SB 678. AB 109 monies fund adult officers who supervise offenders upon completion of their prison terms. As well as our supervised release pretrial program, and they contribute to the cost of direct client services. This is money from the 2011 public safety realignment, which allowed for some state prisons to be closed and the post-release supervision of most offenders who were sentenced to prison to be shifted to the county probation departments. Apologize for stumbling, I'm realizing I need glasses up here. SB 678 monies are issued using an incentive-based formula associated with probation success rates as determined by the percent of probationers who violate and are ultimately sentenced to prison. The theory with this funding is that if probation departments are using best practices and evidence-based practices, the people under our supervision will be more successful, our community will be safer as a result, and that money saved by preventing incarcerations in the state prison will be shared back to counties to ensure the ability of probation departments to continue implementing successful practices. Like AB 109, SB 678 monies are largely used to fund staff and direct client services. SB 678 has also enabled probation to avoid asking for additional general fund allocations to cover some one-time purchases and increasing costs of staff. As costs have increased, so have our transfers from trust. In the coming year, we anticipate 7% of our budget coming from transfers from trust. Transfers from trust should also be seen as state revenues. Probation's practice of budgeting base allocations from state funds and saving growth funds has allowed us to develop those trust balances, which in turn are helping us to weather the increased costs and reduction in several revenue sources that we are currently experiencing. The 4% of our budget that comes from Measure Z will fund 5 probation officers in the coming year. The allocation originally funded 6 probation officers, but as salaries have increased, we've cut 1 officer from that budget. Officers funded by Measure Z supervise adult offenders, and the funding helps keep caseload sizes small enough to ensure intensive supervision of high-risk offenders. The general fund accounts for 36% of probation's budget. Federal funds account for 2% of the budget and come from sources including Cal OES grant for intensive supervision of domestic violence offenders, Title IV-E, and the nutrition program in the juvenile hall. The 1% identified as other includes revenue from housing Del Norte County youth in our juvenile hall. A variety of factors have contributed to some reductions in probation's funding for the coming year. Since 2020, the dollar amount each county has received for SB 678 has been frozen. As previously mentioned, the formula used to determine the portion of the 678 funds distributed to each county was based on each probation department's success rate as measured by the rate at which people violate and are ultimately sentenced to prison. Humboldt County had been performing very well, providing intensive supervision using cognitive behavioral interventions in our interactions with offenders and seeing increased success rates. The timing of this freezing of the formula was very fortuitous for us, as when the 678 allocations were frozen, the amount Humboldt County was receiving, which was approximately $1.1 million, was the highest we had received in any one year. For the coming year, the state, for the first time since before COVID, is going to go back to re-implementing the previous incentive formula. All in all, the state is going to cut spending on 678 by about 8%, but the impact to Humboldt will be much more significant. The allocations will no longer be frozen, will be based on the, like I said, will be based on the previous formula. For counties like Humboldt who had been performing well, we more or less worked ourselves out of this incentive. Our rate for sending probationers to prison became very low, leaving very little room for year-over-year improvement and leading to an anticipated 45% reduction in SB 678 funding next year. With this reduction of approximately $423,000, our reliance on transfer from trust increases and our ability to replenish trust funds decreases. The incentive formula is supposed to be reworked by the state in the coming year, so the long-term outlook for SB 678 funding is unknown at this time. The probation department will lose revenue of approximately $100,000 in the coming year as a result of the state ending an incentive to counties to submit their annual AB 109 plan. In Humboldt, that money was designated as being used specifically for the PRCS population, which are the offenders we supervise on release from state prison. The funds contributed to the cost of providing reentry housing and case management in conjunction with the Arcata House Partnership. AB 109 funds are managed through the Community Corrections Partnership. The CCP has also developed trust funds as a result of saving growth funds, but as with other state revenue sources, growth funds are expected to be minimal, causing more caution to be necessary in allocating funding for one-time expenses to ensure sustainability of previously approved ongoing expenses. Probation also has a reduction in the general fund contribution of approximately $370,000 for the coming 2 years as a result of allowing employees to take the voluntary separation incentive program. While that reduction was intentional and predictable, it was still cause for additional considerations in formulating the coming year's budget. Probation's primary expense is the department's staff, accounting for roughly 3/4 of the department's budget. The remaining quarter of the budget is expended on services and supplies, funding other programs and services which benefit those on probation, direct client services, miscellaneous other charges, and internal service fees and fixed assets. Programs and supportive services that probation contributes funding to include drug Medi-Cal payback, the Bridges to Success program providing mental health support to youth through their schools, a mental health peer coach for youth in juvenile hall, teen court, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Arcata House Partnership, who partners with us to provide reentry housing. Direct client services are costs supplemented by probation that are necessary to help probationers overcome needs and build supports in their lives, such as the cost of batterers intervention programs, residential drug treatment, clean and sober housing, and transportation assistance for parents to visit their kids on probation who were placed out of the county. Staff are the department's primary expense and the primary resource. As shown on this slide, more than 75% of our department's staff are sworn, working as either adult or juvenile probation officers or as juvenile correctional officers in the juvenile hall. Administration makes up 6% of the staff, and the final 13% are support staff. There have been efforts over the past 5 years to right-size the department. Changes in legislation and best practices have led to a significantly reduced juvenile probation population that corresponds to fewer youth being detained. This allowed us to consolidate the New Horizons secure treatment program into the juvenile hall, resulting in operating 1 detention facility instead of 2. That, along with reduced juvenile probation caseload sizes, has allowed for the deallocation of some probation officer positions. This year, 7 additional deallocations are being made and include probation officer, juvenile correctional officer, and legal office assistant positions. This is being done to balance increasing costs to staff. All in all, from 2019 to 2024, the department will have seen a reduction of 14.5 FTEs. The concession to have fewer staff to allow for better pay is one the department is happy to make. In the end, the number of filled positions and employee retention is more important than the number of allocations, so finding a balance that allows for equity in both pay and workload is the goal. A high vacancy rate coupled with low retention ultimately leads to increased staff costs and weaker succession planning. We end up paying overtime to keep the juvenile hall running and paying for expensive state-mandated 6-week-long core trainings for staff who don't stay. Low retention also leads to difficulty building institutional knowledge. We are seeing these impacts particularly in our clerical unit and juvenile detentions division. We don't currently have the ability to fill senior classifications for juvenile correctional officers or legal office assistants with internal candidates due to having either no filled positions in subordinate classes or having the positions filled with employees too new to meet the minimal qualification for promotion. Remedying this conundrum has been a high priority for the department over the past year. While it remains a concern, a combination of career ladder salary adjustments and updated recruiting practices have led to a higher number of JCOs being hired in the past year than we had seen in the previous several years. And we have begun to see a downward trend in the number of overtime shifts necessary to maintain minimal staffing levels in the juvenile hall. It's fair to say probation's management is concerned with succession planning in the short term, but confident with the workforce we are currently training. Finding the right people to do the work of probation can be challenging, but the people who end up doing the work are special. They work with detained or delinquent youth and adult felony offenders to hold them accountable while also helping them identify and grow their strengths. Now that we've looked at probation's revenue, expenses, and staffing, people may still be wondering what probation does and what value it adds to our community. First and foremost, probation is a public safety agency. We have a long list of mandates, a few of which are listed on this slide. For the most part, our mandates fall into the buckets of operating the juvenile hall, probation supervision and case management, and services to the court. I'll very briefly touch on the work in each of those buckets. When youth are brought to the juvenile hall by law enforcement, we determine whether they meet the criteria for booking and whether there is a less restrictive setting that they could be released to that would still account for the safety of the community and the well-being of the youth. Youth who are housed in the juvenile hall are provided programming and services to meet their unique needs and goals. They have access to educational services through von Humboldt Court School and online classes through College of the Redwoods, medical care through WellPath, mental health services such as individual and family counseling, substance use disorder treatment, and cognitive behavioral therapies, enrichment programs such as the Boys to Men, mindfulness training, non-denominational religious services, and partnerships with Ink People and Project Rebound, cultural enrichment such as through Two Feathers or as identified by the youth, and vocational services through College of the Redwoods and HCOE. A significant accomplishment in the juvenile hall this past year has been to take our secure youth treatment program from concept to reality. The SYTP is a track within the juvenile hall for youth who are sentenced to longer terms that previously would have been served in the Department of Juvenile Justice prior to it being closed by the state last June. Thus far, 2 youth have been sentenced to our SYTP. Youth sentenced to this program will have committed high-level serious offenses and will typically be sentenced to a 4-year term, though that can vary. Changes in legislation allow for people who committed their crime as a youth to be detained in the SYTP up to age 25. Previously, juvenile halls were not prepared with programming appropriate for such long stays or for young adults. As youth reach the end of their commitment, the court may order that they complete their sentence in a less restrictive setting. A goal for this coming year will be to further develop programming and pathways for re-entry planning for those serving this type of sentence. Already during the first year of this program, relationships have been strengthened with College of the Redwoods, and both youth in the program are excelling in online college courses while in the custody of the juvenile hall. The juvenile hall has an average daily population ranging from about 8 to 13, with an average of 2 to 5 of those youth being from Del Norte County. Both juvenile and adult probation approach the goal of increased community safety through a combination of rehabilitation and community supervision. Through an appropriate level of supervision and accountability, offenders become aware that without changing their thinking or actions, they will end up reoffending, being arrested, and not meeting their goals. When they develop this awareness, efforts are made to make rehabilitative services accessible to them and for their needs to be met so that they can focus on rehabilitation. This reduces recidivism and makes communities healthier and safer. This slide gives a brief overview of the department's probation supervision workload. Adult probation includes 4 types of supervision based on what type of sentence the offender received or if they are still pending sentencing. As of the end of April 2024, we had already supervised a total of 1,600 adults thus far for the calendar year, and we were seeing a slight increase in the number of juvenile referrals received from law enforcement agencies. All in all, the juvenile numbers are still historically low, but it's the first time we're kind of seeing them trend up for a while. In the past year, we had 2,128 contacts with offenders in the field. We completed 2,581 assessments of offender risk or need using actuarial risk assessment tools. The number of field contacts is lower than it would be if we were fully staffed. When we are limited as to what we can accomplish with our staffing levels, mandated services are triaged. The field contacts are not mandated, though the accountability they provide is important for public safety. Probation's mandates related to the courts are primarily in the form of enforcing court-ordered conditions of probation and notifying the court when an offender violates those conditions and completing various types of investigations and reports. In the past year, the probation department has completed 1,444 investigations and reports for the courts. The courts are required to determine the least restrictive conditions under which adult offenders can be released from custody while reasonably ensuring public safety. To that end, in the past year, the probation department wrote 1,910 supervised release reports addressing information necessary for the courts to make that determination. Another service probation provides for the court is a community service work program. Probation works with 39 local nonprofit agencies, which we match offenders with to complete their community service work hours, thereby enabling them to give back to the community and develop pro-social skills and connections. One of our department's biggest accomplishments in the past year has been to take the Secure Youth Treatment Program from concept to reality. While the hope is to have as few youth as possible commit crimes that would result in a years-long commitment like this, the youth in the program are reaching heights with their higher education and personal development that are worthy of praise. Also, this past year, the department launched a social media presence. As a profession that touches on so many different areas, it can be hard to paint a picture for the community of what probation does. The intention of our social media efforts are to educate about our role, make ourselves accessible, and to support our recruitment efforts. By attending more career fairs and making ourselves more visible at the fairs, as well as using our social media to promote recruitments and provide ease of access to employment information, we seem to be seeing stronger recruitments. Moving forward in the year ahead, our goal will be to use what resources we have wisely to ensure we are targeting areas of our field that have the best outcomes related to community safety, and to continue assessing and reassessing hiring, onboarding, and training practices, along with department culture to maximize employee retention. And that's what I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You bet. Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't have any questions. A comment, though, thank you for the pictures and the picture of your department and all that you guys do in our communities. Thank you.
Supervisor Madrone?
It reminds me of First Five trying to survive off of tobacco monies, and as we get less people to smoke, there's less money for First Five. Your successes are part of the budget problem, right?
Exactly.
So it's just kind of a bizarre thing in that sense. But thank you for what you are doing there. Appreciate it. How's the new building?
Well, I thought we would be in it at this point. It's
yeah, okay.
This close. We thought we were going to move in April. It largely completed construction in April. There were a couple odds and ends for ADA that need to be figured out still. So we're still hopeful to be in there at this point in June.
2024.
Definitely 2024. Staff are have their boxes packed. They are ready to move.
There was at least one, maybe two new employees at the employee orientation last week for probation. So
Great.
That was good to see.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thank you.
Supervisor Rowe?
I was going to ask about the same thing about the move-in date, so I'm happy to hear that it's on the horizon.
Yes.
Sean who? Nice job. Nice job, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, we are going to be back here at 1:15, talking to our agricultural commissioner. Turn to the Ag Commissioner, and in lieu of.
Yeah, my name is Patrick Hoffman.
Yep.
I'm here for the interim Ag Commissioner, William Shaw.
Can you turn your mic on? There should be a green line. It's on the neck of the, yeah. There you go.
Okay. So again, I'm Patrick Hoffman. I'm here representing the interim agricultural commissioner, Waylon Shaw. He's at a Food and Ag Code mandated commissioners meeting right now. So I'm going to start off by letting you know that the Ag Commissioner is primarily a law enforcement and public protection agency, with most programs mandated by state law. Authority for administration of these programs is found in the Food and Ag Code and the Business and Professions Code. And there's 2 budget units within this department. You can see them both up there: the Agricultural Commissioner and Weights and Measures programs, and then the Wildlife Services budget. And here's a breakdown of the revenue for our department. You can see the majority of funding comes from other governmental agencies. It's primarily the 3 you see listed up there: the California Department of Food and Agriculture, Department of Pesticide Regulation, and the Department of Cannabis Control. We administer local enforcement of these departments' regulations and their programs. So we do have some an unfilled position this year that we are not planning on filling. That's going to provide some savings for our department. We also have an increase in revenue from a raise in our device testing fees and our other fees that occurred at the beginning of this calendar year. I'm going to go through these programs here. These are the primary programs for the Ag Department, just to give you an idea of what we do, what we're focused on. And then these are our Ag and Weights and Measures programs, and then I will go through briefly the Wildlife Services program. So pesticide use enforcement, this is a really important program for our department. We've done 36 inspections of production, agriculture, and structural pest control businesses this year. So any business that uses pesticides, they fall under our jurisdiction to be inspected for employee training, safety, and similar pesticide-related regulations. In those 36 inspections, we found 55 violations of either the California Code of Regulations or the Business and Professions Codes. We issued 2 civil penalties. All other violations were disposed of through compliance actions. You can see in the photo there, I put this up there. It's not a big flashy violation, but it is something that we see occasionally, where someone's used a food container or a water bottle to store pesticides. At least this one's been labeled, but we do have a few investigations a year where typically a private citizen has stored a pesticide in something, thought it was Gatorade, and took a drink. So just wanted to put that up there, as that's something that we see is an issue, but we do deal with investigating kind of any issues around pesticide use or non-compliance. A lot of employee training, a lot of other requirements. If there was a drift incident, as there has been in the past but not recently, we investigate those. So another program we administer is the high-risk pest exclusion and also our phytosanitary inspection services program. High risk covers inspections we do of agricultural products. So incoming shipments of nursery stock going to your local nursery, we inspect those plants. We're looking for pests that are not already present here. The idea is to protect agriculture, to protect the consumer from these pests, to protect the environment from invasive species coming in. So we do shipments of wholesale nursery stock. We also do shipments at shipping facilities where we examine packages for the same kind of issues to prevent the spread of pathogens and pests of our environments, of our crops. We also do the inspection issuance of phytosanitary certificates. These are certificates that attest to certain requirements that different countries have. So we assist local agricultural producers with determining what the requirements are for shipping an ag product to a given country, and then we help them meet those requirements through inspections. And we've issued 88 phytosanitary certificates so far this fiscal year, and those products have gone to 27 different countries, and you can see them mapped up there. And just to go back, without the issuance of the phytosanitary certificates, shipments to those countries would not be possible. So that's a service to our ag producers that's really important to certain individuals and businesses. We also have our pest detection program. You may see insect traps out during the summer. We place these every year. It's part of a statewide program to monitor for invasive species. You'll see pictured here is one of the species we look for. It's the spongy moth. We have traps in the summer every 2 miles on the major highways in the county. These are pheromone-based sticky traps. We trap for a number of other invasive insects, including the Japanese beetle, glassy winged sharpshooter, Siberian silk moth, and several others. But you know, the gypsy moth here defoliates large patches of forest where it has become established in the northeastern U.S., and it's something that we don't want in our wildlands here or in our timberlands. We also have a pest eradication and management program. This is primarily focused on reducing or managing, eliminating noxious weeds. So noxious weeds meaning state-listed invasive plant species, some of which we are mandated to control. Pictured here you see, well, our focus currently is on several species of invasive knotweeds, bitty, shiny geranium, and tansy ragwort, and also spotted knapweed. And pictured here you see on the left-hand side there, you see knotweed with a little mesh bag over it. And that includes, that bag includes a biocontrol agent, the knotweed psyllid, which we have been for a couple of years now trying to get established on local populations of knotweed. So that's just to illustrate the many methods we use to try to tackle noxious weeds, invasive plants here. In the middle, you see a tarp laid down. That's covering a patch of bitty. We leave the tarp in place for several years to starve the population out. On the right-hand side, you see the seed heads from the bitty. So these stick to clothing, they stick to animal fur, they spread really well. They're really an annoyance. So we have it in this one spot, hoping to eradicate it and hoping it doesn't pop up in new areas. And so you know, this just illustrates the kind of work we do with the noxious weeds. I mentioned the biocontrol a little bit with the psyllid biocontrol. We also do, when we're able to get numbers of tansy fleet beetle, we distribute those to local ranchers, and we do our own releases onto areas where tansy ragwort, which is primarily a pest on rangeland, is a big issue. And then there is also pictured the knotweed psyllid that we're trying to get established on our knotweed locally. We have requested a new biocontrol agent that's recently been approved for yellow star thistle. Anyone who's familiar with that knows it's been a long time problem. There's multiple biocontrol agents that have been released over the years that, or over the decades, that haven't had a really huge impact on controlling this, but there's yet another that has recently been approved, and hopefully it's going to take some time, but in the next couple of years, the state will have high enough numbers to get those to us to do releases. We also have an organic and our direct marketing program. Through this program, we assist registrants with the paperwork needed for organic registration or for completing their certified producer certificates that allow them to sell at local farmers markets. We also oversee the markets and perform inspections. Currently in our county, there's 122 certified producers. I think we're in the top, definitely in the top 5 within the state for individual producers. And then we have 130 registered organic producers here also. So we do have a cannabis compliance inspections program. We do inspections to ensure compliance with state license requirements. We haven't been doing, we were doing this early in this fiscal year. That was on hold for a little while a new agreement was being discussed between our interim commissioner, Waylon Shaw, and the Department of Cannabis Control. We do have a new agreement in place now. And we will resume inspections in the coming fiscal year, beginning in July. And actually, I should mention that part of the issue was previously the funding that was provided by the DCC wasn't fully covering the costs of the inspections. So they've changed how they're funding us, and they've increased that. So it's a more accurate picture of what the cost actually is to do this work. We do have our weights and measures programs. This involves testing, weighing, and measuring devices. In the current fiscal year, we've done 2,730 different devices. This includes meters on gas pumps, cattle scales, truck scales, cordage meters, small scales that are used by the cannabis industry, grocery stores, farmers market producers, many other specialized devices, propane meters, things like that. So this is what we've tested so far this year. This is ongoing work that's really important to ensure that the public is getting what they pay for and that there's equity in the marketplace. Quantity control is part of our weights and measures program also. We do investigations at the request of the state or based on complaints from consumers, where we look into products and determine whether the weight on the package or the amount on the package is actually what's being sold. This is an example of there is an investigation into this product. In the past, at the state's request, we had looked into Starbucks, and they were under delivering on their 20-ounce cups. So there are issues like that that come up occasionally that we deal with. So those are our ag and weights and measures programs. The other budget unit is the wildlife services program. The intention of wildlife services is to protect the public from exposure to wildlife diseases and to provide protection to farming and ranching businesses from losses due to wildlife predation. There's one position in this budget unit. It's a trapper. It's a federal position, and the county contracts to have this program. The funding for this is not changing from what it was previously, so there really aren't changes in that budget unit. What you'll see here is a breakdown of the number of service requests this current fiscal year, and it's separated by species there and also by color, with the pink indicating urban areas and the kind of blue there indicating rural. So these are the different conflicts or requests for assistance that the trapper in this program has received and responded to. The majority are non-lethal. There's hazing, there's exclusion. different steps that he can take to prevent conflict before resorting to a lethal response, which has not occurred in an urban area in this fiscal year. And that's basically all I have here. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer those.
Great. Supervisor Royal?
No questions, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Madrone?
I just have one question. Are we doing weights and measures outside of Humboldt County or just currently within the county?
We do have a contract to do work in Del Norte.
Del Norte, okay.
For specific devices.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
I have a question, actually.
Supervisor Wilson?
Just about the Starbucks thing for just a second. You intrigued me. So the state got a hold of your department that Starbucks was shorting their cups just in Humboldt County?
No, what usually happens is the state becomes aware of an issue and they request that every county investigate.
I see.
And so that was a statewide issue. And once it's established that if it's found that it's only in the county, then we could issue a civil penalty to that business.
Mhm.
But if it's found to be in multiple counties or statewide, then the state would deal with that at the corporate level.
Okay. So, and so what was the result?
I'm not sure. The state did take action. I'm not sure what their action was, but they
I think
did
Schultz
take
went to
action
jail.
at this yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. And just we won't let it leave this room, but you did a lot better than Waylon would have done. So.
let him know that. Any other questions? No?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have the sheriffs up here now, and Regina, you have your hands full because we've already had an undercover statement in the elections presentation today. The undercovers were in a picture. Yeah. So I don't know if you're going to try. I don't know if you're going to try for a twofer here, but I'm just letting you know, okay?
I know, it's like undercover. Are we blowing our cover here?
It took me a second, but I got it.
Yes. Chair Bone, Board, thank you very much for having us here today to talk about our budget. This is obviously an ongoing discussion we've had over the last year, and it's going to continue on for the next year or so. I just want you to know that we are committed to providing every avenue to save the county money, but yet deliver the services that the community really depends on. And so we're going to highlight on some of those today and just kind of remind everyone about, all the things that the Sheriff's Office does and all the services and what we're currently cutting back on and how we're going to move forward. So we got to start with our mission. And like the county, we've simplified our mission. And it's simple: to protect and serve our community, to earn the public's trust through compassion and accountability. Again, two words that you're not really accustomed to seeing in a sheriff's office or law enforcement in general, but we're much more than that. We are a part of this community, and we want to have a compassionate viewpoint of our community and of our actions. That's part of our mission, and also to be accountable. Being accountable is what the Sheriff's Office and what law enforcement really is all about. Holding our community accountable, but also holding ourselves accountable and making sure that public trust is at the top of the list. Our vision is simple: to be the safest rural community in California where peace, justice, and freedom thrive. Peace, justice, and freedom, very important words that none of us should take for granted. And so we want to be a part of that. We want to be a part of that vision for the county and for our state. Our values are our deputies. In the Sheriff's Office, we adhere to a servant leadership model, which means that the sheriff, all of our command staff, is not the most important thing of our Sheriff's Office. It is the deputies, the people at the line level that are serving our community on a daily basis. Those are the most valuable members of our department. And that's why we named our values after our deputies, which is dedication, excellence, professionalism, unity, trust, integrity, engagement, and service. Again, service-oriented is our goal, and that's what we value on a daily basis. Our 5 Ps, our 5 principles: prepared, protection, prevention, problem-solving, and partnership. Again, these are our motto every day that we live by, being prepared. We are prepared to do what is necessary every day. To protect, we are entrusted with the protection of our community and hold this above all else. Prevention, we are dedicated to the prevention of crime and abuse of all types. Problem solving, we put an emphasis on problem solving, always being innovative and solution driven. And partnership, we seek trust and engagement through partnerships through our employees and everyone in our community. These aren't just our principles. This is a contract through our community that we want. The community wants every single one of these. They want us to be prepared. They want us to protect, prevent, problem solve, and partner with them. This is something, again, it's a mandate that we've reached out to our community, and our community expects this from us. And so when we're not meeting the mark or we're talking about a problem, we go back to these and say, how are we engaging in our community with these principles? And so these are the things that we live by on a daily basis. So Sheriff's Office, a lot of people just equate us to our deputy sheriffs that are working the street, but again, this is much more than just the deputies that are working the street. We have our custody services, this is our jail. We have our operations, which is those things that you all see on a daily basis, but again, and much more. We have our Office of Emergency Services, Animal Shelter, Coroner's Office, Public Administrator, and then all those programs in between. Those are what makes up the Sheriff's Office, all of those divisions. Each one of those could be a separate department in and among itself, but we manage all of those services to our community, and I think we do it very, very well, despite a lot of the budget impacts, despite all of the needs of the community as they grow. We're trying to step up every day to meet all those mandates, and we do it with pride. So I'd like Regina to chime in right now. We'll talk about some changes in revenue and expenses, and we'll touch upon those budgets.
Yes, good afternoon. So this was definitely a very challenging budget year for us, as was the current fiscal year. But when preparing for the budget, these were the notable significant changes to our revenue and expenses as we went into next year. So as you're aware, the Sheriff's Office had a very large ARCFA allocation this fiscal year. And as part of budget preparation, 20% of that was reduced as we went into next fiscal year. So that total was $966,000 that we went in short into the new fiscal year. We did have a slight increase to our Measure Z allocation, which helped offset that by $208,000. We had a slight increase to our internal service funds. In general, we were really relieved in that our workers' compensation and our general liability, which have historically over the last 5 years skyrocketed, it actually stabilized this next fiscal year. So that was a relief, which helped kind of offset and not make that a huge jump. So that was wonderful. We did have a projected decrease in the Prop 172 revenue. That's a number that's given to us by the CAO's office based on projections that they take care of for us. We did lose out on the TOT tax allocation since that allocation was only 2 years. I think your board's reevaluating that, but as we entered into the budget, that revenue was not guaranteed to us. There was a nice pickup in our use of fund balance for courts. So I believe that the CAO's office determined that there is a trust fund there, that some of those funds could be used to help us offset our deficit in providing court services. So that was really useful this next fiscal year, and we should have a little bit more for the following fiscal year, but then that will run out and we will be faced with a pretty large deficit with courts unless something changes at the state level. We were also really surprised by, and you may have already heard this with some other department presentations, but we're projecting about a 34% motor pool cost increase, which when our office is vehicles out in the streets, that is a very significant jump for us. So all in all, those significant changes that we really were not able to absorb without major cuts was $1.3 million. We also definitely, like every other department, had some slight increases for the raises with MOUs. We are seeing increases in utilities. We're seeing increases in the food costs at the jail and just general inflation for services and supplies in general. And we have continued year after year to try to buckle down as much as we can and are going to be cutting some of our extra help staff and some of our overtime. We're hoping that this next budget year works out, but we did the best that we could to try to absorb as much as we could. So that's kind of the high-level summary of where we're at. And then this is our proposed budget broken out. So you see there the custody services, jail medical, operations, which is patrol and so many of those other divisions. Our Office of Emergency Services, our Animal Shelter and Control Division, Coroner and PA, and then Measure Z. So I broke out salary benefits versus other expenditures. You can see there that salary benefits is a larger portion of our total expenditures. Total expenditures, $64.8 million. We do receive other revenues through fees, other state revenues that help out law enforcement, grants. So that's $23.6 million that we bring in, which means that our general fund allocation going into next fiscal year is $41.3 million. So is there any, okay, keep going. Okay. All right, it's back to you, Sheriff.
Okay. Anyone have any questions about that, those numbers there? We can go.
Can I ask a question about the previous slide with the Prop 172? I thought I may have misheard, but did you say that decrease was just sales tax related because Prop 172 is that half-cent sales tax, right?
Yeah, at the state level.
Okay. So, okay. I wasn't expecting it to be that much of a decrease, I suppose.
I can speak to that a little bit. This is tied to Bradley Burns, and in COVID, we saw a rather unusual increase because rural counties fared unexpectedly well in COVID, and so now that is coming back down as the urban counties start to capitalize on the split of those costs. Bradley Burns, Prop 172 is formulary based off of jurisdiction's portion of the overall state's share of Bradley Burns.
Okay, thank you. I think I misunderstood how that tax was allocated.
Supervisor Wilson, anything? Okay. Go.
Okay. Our people. So when you talk about some of the biggest costs, as you saw, was personnel cost, and that takes up a lot of the general fund. As you see, over the last actually 4 years, we have not fully allocated all of our positions. We've actually held back on some of the funding for some of our positions to pay for some of the increases to the general fund. And so we essentially froze our own positions. And over the last couple of years, due to the county budget and county cutbacks, those positions have been either frozen, defunded, now deallocated over this next year. You can see at the bottom you can see the left-hand column. We're talking about operations, corrections, and professional staff. In 22-23, we had 310 total allocations. Last year, we deallocated several positions to the point that it was 276. And then this year, we're allocating 12 less. And now we're at 46 total defunded, deallocated positions. And when you look at our grand total, that's about 15% of our total allocations are now defunded. And we're going to be asking for 12 of those positions out of that 46 to be funded by the additional general fund request.
Sorry, can we go back to that? Is it okay to
Sure.
just do questions as we go? So between last year and this year, though, that's 12.
That is 12, correct.
So you're asking for essentially the same as last year?
Yes.
Can I clarify? So between this fiscal year and next fiscal year is 12. So we definitely from this fiscal year, we've kept all of those defunded as we go into next fiscal year. The next fiscal year, we're reducing by another 12, and those are the ones that we're asking back. I just want to make sure that we're clear.
So right now in your budget, you had 12 positions that were not filled, and you're asking those to remain next year?
or to add an additional 12 positions
To
next year?
remain, and you'll
Okay.
see that some of them are filled.
Okay.
So we are actually looking at layoffs.
Keeping them.
Yeah, which will be in a future slide to clarify that a little more for you.
Okay, thank
So
you.
34 positions last year. As we
This
know,
fiscal year.
that was this fiscal year.
Yeah.
And then so now it's 46 that we're looking at. We talk about patrol staffing. We talk, that's basically what people, refer to as deputy sheriffs. And at any given time, there's anywhere between 10 and 12 that are working any particular day or night, working 12-hour days. Predominantly, what we see now is 3 in McKinleyville Station plus a sergeant, 3 in Eureka Station plus a sergeant, and then 2 in the outstations in Garberville, 2 in the outstations in Willow Creek. Our resident deputy posts have been remained unfilled because we can't, we're not up to full staff. And those are the Oric, Orleans, Bridgeville, and Shelter Cove positions. Ideally, we would love to have those positions filled, but that's when we can have all of our patrol allocations filled and for us to be able to position those resident deputies. These areas continuously ask for more service. We know these are the underserved areas of our county. And then these are the areas that usually takes us an hour plus to get to. Oric is probably the easiest place to get to, but we're talking Orleans, Shelter Cove, Bridgeville. Those are areas that definitely underserved, and that's not even counting the Mattole Valley, which doesn't currently have a resident deputy position, but it is one of those definitely those areas that are underserved. We're looking at 10 total positions that we are asking to be filled. Those are 9 deputies and 1 sergeant position. That would add to our patrol force. Those are currently positions that we have filled or we have people that are scheduled, and we'll talk about that a little later. Patrol stats. And just like to throw stats in there so we know where all the actions occurring. Main Station has the most incidents. That's the Eureka area. That has the most incidents. 29,000 total incidents. 8,000 of those are deputy initiated. Followed by McKinleyville Station, which has about 20,000 incidents. 5,000 deputy initiated. And then we have our Willow Creek Station and Garberville Station, which are pretty close.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So the total incidents for Main Station, is that they're being dispatched out of Main Station, but that could be to outlying areas?
That could be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then, as you see, Trinidad and Blue Lake, our contract cities are also in there. So total of 65,000 incidents. Almost 20 of those 1,000 incidents are deputy initiated. Excuse me. That's 717 felony arrests, almost 1,500 misdemeanor arrests, and 6,000 total crime reports taken. Within each of the operations, we have several divisions. Just to remind you, patrol is one of those divisions. The other division is our major crimes division. These are our detectives and our investigators and our sergeant in charge of the investigations. Right now, we have just a total of 7 positions allocated. These are our homicide detectives. These are the child abuse detectives. There's a child abuse investigation, a CAST case. These are the detectives that are going to go out there and investigate this. This is above and beyond what deputy sheriffs do. And so this is highly specialized training, and so this is definitely a must-have for our department. And as you can see, there's 391 cases investigated. These are 10 homicides or attempted homicide cases, suspicious death cases, 215 child abuse cases. Also, a part of this is our retired annuitants that are following up on cold cases. And these are 142 missing persons, runaway juveniles. And then last year, we closed out 3 cold cases based upon our research through our cold case unit. Special operations. These are our drug task force, our marijuana enforcement team, livestock, off-highway vehicle, boating deputies, 11 total allocations for these positions. These are the people that get called out for all of our search and rescues. When we have a fire and doing evacuations, these are the people that get called out. A lot of people ask, hey, is marijuana a big deal anymore? Why are we still fully staffing a marijuana unit, which is 2 deputies and a sergeant, and all the supporting staff? the marijuana unit is almost completely grant funded, and that's why we are able to continuously do that. And we don't have a marijuana problem because we are a proactive department, and we're continuously out there working with code enforcement, working with Fish and Wildlife and our state partners to ensure that, that marijuana doesn't become a problem here in Humboldt County. Also, our drug task force, we have a sergeant and a deputy assigned, and we continuously see the fruits of having the drug task force here in the county and on all the things that are occurring. And then put a plug into our special services. These are the guys that are out there doing the search and rescue. We've had several search and rescues on the river lately in outside of Willow Creek and Hoopaw. It is a very treacherous place. I just want to put a plug in out there that this is not the time to be, you know, swimming in the Trinity River with the high flows and the cold water. We just really want to make sure that we are safe out there, and so our guys are out there trying to get there, but there's just no way with the remoteness of these areas. And but if ever there's someone that's lost, which happens quite a bit here in Humboldt County, our search and rescue guys work with our volunteer fire departments as well as our search and rescue posse team, and they're out there day or night trying to help people and trying to search for them out there. So this, again, a vital thing. This is not something that we can ignore. The sheriff is in charge of search and rescue for the county, and we have to have specialized units to do this. It doesn't take just a deputy sheriff to go out there and do it. We have to have search managers that are out there doing this and that they know what they're doing, because you can get really hurt. Our emergency communications center, I know all of you have been up there, all of you have seen what goes on up there. Oftentimes we have 2 dispatchers for the whole county, and you can see 130,000 calls in 1 year, 65,000 calls for service. And so right now we have 14 allocated positions, 1 defunded last year. We have 2 defunded this year. We want 2 of those positions still funded. It is something that it's not getting any easier being a dispatcher, and we're actually going to try and give more responsibility to them this next year. We would love for them to learn emergency medical dispatch. It has been paid for, and we have that training and skills that we want to provide our dispatchers, to provide our community, and also be able to potentially dispatch for fire services in the future. We want to make that a possibility for our dispatch center, but it comes with specialized training, comes with more of personnel to hire, and to make our dispatch center able to take on more of that responsibility. Courts and Civil Division. So we have 13 allocated positions for our Courts and Civil Division. And when you think about it, that's a patrol shift in any given day. And a lot of times people don't think about that, but those are 13 bodies that we have assigned here in our courthouse, keeping all 8 or 9 courts running at any given time, running inmates back and forth between the jail, and making sure that the courthouse is secure, as well as our 2 civil deputies that are out serving evictions. They serve evictions every week, serve court-mandated paperwork and restraining orders, and so they're out there doing these. And you can see 1,200 successful civil services and 250 eviction orders enforced this last year. As well as, you know, we're in charge of the courthouse screening as well, and that private service there, and our bailiffs and our sergeant at courts supervise that. So 230,000 screenings last year for people that came into the courthouse. Coroner's Office and Public Administrator. This is $1.6 million worth of your budget. $4 million is generated, and 1.2 comes from the general fund. Total of 6 positions. And as you can see, these guys work a lot, and they've been very busy this last year. But I want to point out one of the fascinating things about the Coroner's Office. We have over 5,000 volunteer hours. We have people that are willing to go up there every day to help out the Coroner's Office, and it's pretty spectacular. Over 391 death investigations, 259 autopsies, and again, we have a severe threat of fentanyl. Last year, we had 60 fentanyl-related deaths. And so it just continues to be high for the county of our size. And so we're continuously working on that and working with public health to try to lower our numbers for fentanyl deaths. Office of Emergency Services. Again, the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services basically we have $1 million worth of grant funded that come in every year, and the general funds takes about $400,000. And this is something that, again, it's a county-wide service that's under the sheriff's office, and I think we've done remarkably well over the last several years regarding all the emergencies that have occurred and us managing things in the ability that we've created a lot of community partnerships. We've created a lot of opportunities for people to have a way of helping out with OES. This used to be just a sheriff's office function. We stood up the OES. It used to be sheriff's office employees that came in there. And now we've reached out to many different departments, and we've brought in and trained other departments to come in, and I'm thankful that they are a part of this team, that if there is a call out, if there is an emergency that happens, our go-to people are spread out throughout the whole county agency, and then even outside in Humboldt Bay Fire, CAL FIRE, and Public Health, DHHS. Everyone comes together and helps support this emergency, and so I'm very, very happy about that. And Ryan Derby's done a fantastic job, and we're very, very happy with how this is going. All this when there's only 4 allocated positions that are tied to OES. And they do a fantastic job with that. We also have some extra help that are also there to assist. But it is, again, one of those things, managing Humboldt Alert, as well as all of the preparedness activities and that they do with OES. Animal control. It's a $2 million budget. $800,000 comes from other revenue, and $1.2 hits the general fund. 12 allocated positions, and those people do a fantastic job maintaining the shelter and all the duties that are up there. We have a shelter manager, a supervisor, and 3 animal control officers, as well as kennel attendants, and again, tons of volunteers. We could not do this without our volunteers in the animal shelter. They're up there walking the dogs, helping clean, help adopt animals out every day. And then also our community partners that are actually taking animals. And because when we run out of room, we have partners that come up and help us adopt animals out or foster animals. And that's just a fantastic job that we do every day. And so again, animal control, one of those things that oftentimes goes unseen, but again, working hard behind the scenes every day. Custody services. This is a $23 million price tag every year to run the jail. And 15 of that comes from the general fund, 7.6 comes from other revenue. Right now, we have 11 defunded positions. This year, we didn't cut back any further positions in this budget, but 107 allocated positions that are running a jail 24 hours a day. This is 17 to 18 per shift. Ideally, we should have 20 per shift. So we're having people come in on overtime every day to make sure that all the services are properly delivered and care and custody is properly maintained throughout the whole custody division. And as we see, our average daily population is still low. This is low. Prior to the pandemic, we usually had around a 400 average daily population. Now we're at about 276, and so we have around 17 inmates booked per day. Our Sheriff's Work Alternative Program is it costs just about $900,000, and $200,000 is coming from general fund. We're doing more with less when it comes to Sheriff's Work Alternative Program. We had 9 allocated positions. We're going to run it with just 5. And so we have the Sheriff's Farm, we have the woodlot, we also have just other various supervisory work alternatives throughout the county. We have McKinleyville that have SWAT personnel up there maintaining the landscaping and cleaning up on the weekends. We have different services that we offer the city of Eureka, as well as cleaning up the courthouse and doing landscaping and landscaping projects throughout the county. So it's a great program. It's, for those people that, don't have to serve their time in custody, it's a great program where they can maintain their family, their job, and still pay their debt to society. And it's an outstanding program. I'm very thankful that we have the opportunity to do it here in the county. Here's our general fund request. We're requesting $1.3 million to avoid layoffs at the patrol service and to disrupt patrol services. essentially we have 5 deputy sheriffs that are currently filled. We have 4 deputy sheriffs that are in the recruit phase that we're getting ready to send to the academy. That's 9 total requested positions. We have 1 currently not filled sergeant position, and we have 2 not filled emergency communication dispatcher positions. For a total of 12 positions. To fund all those, we need $1.3 million to fund those positions, and that's to keep patrol up and running, fully staffed, as far as what is currently allocated right now, as well as making sure that we have those 2 dispatchers also filled, so we can round out our dispatch center and also potentially take on more responsibilities in the years to come. As you can see, our cost breakdown as far as how our $66 million budget is allocated. You know, part of that is, you know, over the years we've taken on more responsibilities. You know, jail medical was with DHHS and public health. Now it's under the sheriff's office, so it's an additional $6 million a year that's now shows up in our budget, but it's something that would have been paid for, you know, out of another budget through the general fund. But it's showing up in ours, so it looks like our budget's gone up by $6 million over the previous years, but in reality, we're just taking that responsibility on. And so you just see that the additional general fund request is about 2% of our budget. And that is our budget presentation. If you have any questions, we're here to answer.
Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't have any questions currently. Thank you for the presentation, and I know that through our budget ad hoc meetings that, you know, your request was bigger at the beginning and that you really worked hard to scale that back, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because we've taken this very, very seriously, and so we're definitely doing our part, cutting back our own budget, cutting back our own allocation. We're actually looking, we went and found additional funding for one of our correctional deputies, so it didn't have to touch the general fund. So we're doing everything possible to try and mitigate the hit to general fund. I see, you know, the looks on your all faces. I know personal discussions we had with every single one of you about how this is going to affect us this next couple of years. Talk with the CAO. I understand that. We're definitely trying to do our part here to maintain the services, maintain that public trust, but also to cut back where we can. And so that includes overtime. That includes, you know, saying no out there. You know, sometimes we just have to say no because we can't afford to go. So that's what's happening.
Great. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Well, a couple things. I'm going to try and keep it mostly positive, I think.
Oh, good.
Yeah. But I wanted to, at the very beginning in your I don't know if it was your statement of purpose or whatever, where you use the term compassionate and
accountability.
And it's like I thought to myself, well, is it compassionate, or are we talking about empathy? And I had to look up the two just to check it out. And it was just interesting because compassion is characterized by the desire to take action to help another person, which is different than empathy, which is just to feel it, right?
That's right.
So I was really, I thought that was, just wanted,
yes,
thanks for, making me think about that a little bit. And what actually gets to a part of what I, doing ride-alongs and other things, what I emphasize to folks oftentimes is that our deputies are not, and the job isn't what a lot of people might imagine it to be. I mean, certainly there's the parts about, the law enforcement part, but I feel like so much of the day is spent basically almost being like a public health officer or community development, advocate, and a lot of other duties in that space, both mandated and sort of taken on personally by the deputies themselves. So I just want to say that I think it's really important, and I do think that when you and I have talked about this sort of arc of sort of transitioning in terms of like how people are trained, and even what are the expectations of those jobs in the future, and I think that there's a lot in there. I wanted to thank you also, particularly in the presentation, in the breakdowns between, I just want to say it was very well done in terms of like letting us know what part's general fund, what part's not general fund. It's very actually very, very helpful and the way you move through that narrative about each section of those things, and then kind of, because as you know, we're kind of in control of some bits and not of others, and so that was very helpful. And it just got me to the last part, which is we could, and this is maybe a question for the CAO. I guess when we have this large of a budget, especially general fund, and we could make overall recommendations, I suppose, about individually within the budget stuff, but does the sheriff have sort of the discretion from a elected position? Are we just ultimately just deciding on sort of like the overall budget in regards to this, or do you see like, or are we just if this board says, we don't like this program, we're just not into it, really the sheriff would have the discretion to fund that budget or not fund that section of the budget or not? Can you give me some understanding of that? How detailed are we allowed to like dip into that space?
Well, I can answer some of that. Let me just take a little bit of heat off. So you have control over the position allocations.
Okay, I got it.
So
Yeah,
you can just basically say you only have 80 deputies, and I need 100 deputies, and so you fund 80, and then I determine where those 80 are best served with the community. So you could say, I don't want you to have a boating program anymore. I'm going to cut that boating deputy. Well, I could say, you just cut the deputy sheriff that's assigned to Bayside.
Yes.
And so then I would just say, the boating deputy, I'm going to go and take that because I see it as a bigger need for the community.
That's right. So really, it's by position. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you. That's just one because it's a little different than because some of our other bigger chunks of this budget, we don't have that sort of discussion because they're basically coming in through programmatic allocations through the state or through the feds or whatever it is, and so it's a little different. Appreciate that clarification for me. So that's all. I just for now.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm keeping it positive.
Supervisor Wilson, I totally appreciate that. I know that June 3rd, June 11th, we'll be able to talk more about budgets and how we're allocating things and the requests. So definitely, thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Rowe?
Thank you. I know that we had a challenging talks before this, just about how significant the need is and balancing that with the resources available. And I appreciate that this has come down, the additional request for general funds. I was wondering how it compares to the ARCFA from last year. Can you?
So last year we asked for, I guess, $8 million, and then we settled for $5.5 million last year.
Okay.
So I guess it's
bigger.
Yes.
So just to clarify on that,
Sure.
so in my the significant changes slide, so the ARCFA last year was reduced by $966,000 into the new fiscal year. So of this 1.3 million, I guess you could say 966,000 of it was due to the ARCFA reduction. So we're really only asking for, I guess, an additional 340,000 over and above last year's ARCFA, if you want to look at it that way.
The 20%.
Could actually, since you mentioned that, I would love to get a copy of the slides if you'd be willing to share those. That'd be helpful, because it'll help with clarity when we come back around and talk about this more. I think I can appreciate that this is retaining the positions that you had hoped to fill in this year's budget, and so. I don't think I have any further questions at this time, but I appreciate the, we asked you to essentially use your discretion to present something that was as curtailed as possible, and I appreciate that you've done that. So thank you very much, and I think, I would say even more so with elected department heads, but with all department heads, we're really looking for them to use their subject matter expertise to say, here's what I simply can't do without, and so I appreciate that coming forward.
Yes, for sure. And I just want to also give a shout out to Regina, but also Jessica from the CAO's office and our CAO, getting the real numbers and working together to try and, make sure that we do drill down where we can and to get a budget that we can present here that we can also still deliver our services.
All right, and I just want to, our mutual aid with up at Humboldt State, I want to thank you for taking a lead role and representing us very well in that and getting us out of there without any injuries and everything else. And the recent incident out in Cotton that we recently had, and I want to thank you for that. It was even though it had a bad ending for someone, it was just the neighborhood was very appreciative that it was handled the way it was handled and as quickly as it was. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bone. Appreciate it.
Oh, Supervisor Joe.
Thanks. Nikki was able to email that to us, that
Right.
slideshow. And then also, I just do appreciate all your guys and gals and really want to say that from a rural standpoint, which I know our board does as well. But so appreciate it in Southern Humboldt. We've had a lot of stuff going on down there, and your guys have been very compassionate and very professional, and I just want to say thank you.
Good, thank you. I had a chance to go down over the weekend, and so it was very, very nice. I'm going to visit every district through patrol, and so if you have specific areas that you want me to touch over the next 2 months, please let me know.
So I got feedback on that, and I didn't know you were coming, which is okay. But I got good feedback on your visit down there, and really appreciated it, and the community really appreciated it.
Thank you.
Well, I'll take you out to the pancake breakfast out at Matol, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Been a while since you went out there. Any of you. You and Luke can do it at the same time, it'd even be better, but.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Amy Christensen, Treasurer Tax Collector, and I'll give you a brief overview of our department. There are 3 budget units. We have Treasury, Tax Collection, and Revenue Recovery. The Treasury budget unit, we have $626 million in the portfolio as of May. I manage the portfolio in accordance with California Government Code 53600.5, mandated for safety, liquidity, and then yield. This year, we've worked closely with staff in the Auditor Controller's Office to complete bank reconciliations and interest apportionments for fiscal year 2020, 21, 22, and we're almost current with fiscal year 23, 24. Communication and relationships between the staff and managers and department heads in both offices are going really well. So it is a breath of fresh air, and we're working well together. We're continuing to implement and refine the use of interactive cash receipts and finance enterprise. Michael Evanson mentioned that earlier today in his presentation. So it's just streamlining the process, reducing duplication of effort, and using the system that we already have. So it's gone really great, and we've had meetings with the staff in both offices and departments as we just continue to fine-tune that process. So that's Treasury for you. The tax collector budget, we have collected $186 million in secured property taxes for this fiscal year. I am deallocating 1 vacant funded position. That'll be $88,000 in salary savings for the department. So we'll be down to 8 FTEs total, including me, all filled, have a great team. I increased some of my fees with the fee schedule that was approved earlier in 2024, and I'm anticipating that will bring in an additional $66,000 for my department. We collected $574,000 in Measure S this fiscal year, and we set up 357 payment plans for the Measure S. Last year in my budget presentation, I let you know a goal was to try lockbox for property tax payments. So we worked with US Bank, who is our bank, and it was a hefty implementation. And unfortunately, it did not work out, so we're not gonna try it again. They couldn't get the intricacies of like the 1 installment and the 2 installment. They're more designed for like a mortgage payment or a utility bill, really. So they didn't charge us anything. It was a little disappointing. We put a lot of effort into it, but it's good to know we're actually experts at what we do, and we were able to just do it more efficiently in-house. So the return envelopes will no longer go to a Los Angeles lockbox. So tried it, but that was not successful. And then we have revenue recovery. So there, we just have 1 FTE budgeted in that budget unit. The revenues continue to decline since the court stopped referring their misdemeanors for collection in 2019. But in 23-24, an accomplishment was that I did a departmental reclassification into the newly created revenue and tax technician. So instead of having treasury tax assistants and revenue recovery officers, everyone in my department now is a revenue and tax technician. So we can cross-train on duties, and as the glide path of revenue recovery continues to dwindle off, I'm cross-training everyone on all of the property tax functions in the office. And I'm hoping to collaborate with the sheriff and the probation department in the coming fiscal years, because there is more potential to shift some of the revenue recovery workload around. So we'll see how that goes. We're going to be meeting with Regina and her team for some of the swap processing that's going on. We can reduce duplication of effort and kind of dust it off and make it a more clean process. And business licenses, they average about $138,000 in revenue for my department each fiscal year. We send out about 1,000 renewals over the course of the year. And so the goal for this upcoming fiscal year is to try to move to paperless, because we're printing the notice, stuffing it in an envelope, putting a stamp on it. So we have a lot of email addresses. We have a system that is capable of doing that. So we're working internally on a process, and I want to bring an agenda item to your board so that we have your support as we move forward and introduce this to the public. I think it will really benefit in long-term cost savings and reduction of staff workload. And that's all I have for you today.
Good. Supervisor Royal?
I'm interested in how we're going to address moving forward. It's not, part of your presentation now, but how we're going to address the vacation rental tax-related collection moving forward. I know that we have all of the applicants moving through the process of getting their permits with the Planning and Building Department now, and I'm just curious how we envision monitoring and collecting that in a and following through with that whole process.
We created a new category of business license application, so we'll be rolling that out after they finish their time frame for applying with the planning department. And then from there, we will look into how we can enforce on the collection side.
Okay, great. I'm very pleased to know that's all moving forward. Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you.
Thanks, Ames. Look, fair warning, there's only one thing that stands between us and adjournment. You. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but.
I'm Luke Brownfield, public defender here in Humboldt. What do? We provide indigent defense services to
Luke, is your mic on? Yeah. Is it on?
There we go. All right.
Thank you.
We do mandated services. That's covered through both the United States and California Constitution.
I don't think it's on, I think you.
It's green.
It's green? Okay.
Got to get really into this thing, huh? Okay. Here in Humboldt, we have two separate offices, the main public defender office, which I manage, and conflict counsel, which is managed by Megan O'Connell, who is supposed to be here, but she is currently stuck in the jail trying to get out. So we kind of share services. We take, the main offices takes about 70% of the cases, and conflict counsel takes the other 30%. And then when we do have conflicts, we bounce cases back and forth. We're also looking into starting a third office to hopefully save the county some money in the future. The current, between the two offices, we have 15 attorneys, 30 total staff, a business manager, 2 social workers, 7 legal secretaries, and 5 investigators. Typically, we provide services to about 4,500 to 5,000 people each year. Frontline staff, they do document management, client services, deal with often difficult clients over the phone, in person, make all the cases, and process motions for attorneys. Are kind of the main heart of our office because they deal with the most difficult people at often the most difficult times. Investigators, we have a team of 5 investigators, 3 at the main office, 2 at conflict counsel. They are constantly testifying in court, making reports, trying to figure out what any defenses and cases. Our social workers, we have 1 in each case. We practice what's considered a holistic defense model, which basically the goal is figure out what caused the person to create or to do the crime if they did in fact do one, and try and help it with that. Our social worker has been, in each office, has been great in getting people into rehab, getting people on mental health diversion, getting them the assistance they need to not reoffend. Social workers in our office often have an easier time connecting with our clients because our clients don't really trust social workers coming from whether it be DHHS, Sheriff's Office, anywhere else, because they kind of see us as being on their side and helping them in their time of need. We, as an office, provide downstream services, so the more arrests that there are, the more funding that goes to the sheriff's, the district attorney's office, the more that goes to probation office. That just creates more cases for us. So every time there is a funding increase in any one of those offices, we see the brunt of the labor. And that just provides it more. Caseloads currently for this year, we had about 2,500 misdemeanors and about 1,600 felonies. That's spread out between 15 attorneys and a small staff. Unfortunately, our caseloads in Humboldt are some of the highest in the state currently, at least per attorney. As for the courts, currently we have 180 or 179 cases set for jury trial in the misdemeanor level and 129 for jury trial or preliminary hearing in the felony. So that's more about the caseloads. Our social workers, we started 4 years ago with the social workers. We have seen an increase number of clients getting into substance abuse treatment, also seeking mental health services, diversion programs, basically anything we can do to keep people out of custody. That is what our social worker mainly works on. We have been successful in getting a couple of grants. One provided the initial funding for the first social worker, and then we were able to get additional funding for social worker and conflict counsel. We are also a member of the pilot program for California resentencing. We haven't been successful in getting anybody resentenced yet, but we are a member of that, and we have obtained a grant from a nonprofit in San Francisco that helps us with immigration services. Yeah, we haven't exceeded our annual budget in the last 6 years. We have a team of highly qualified and motivated staff, attorneys, investigators, all who are working to provide quality legal services. Our goals: increase public safety by expanding the social services unit, increase the number of clients completing diversion, increase substance abuse programs, reduce the number of clients basically going to prison or receiving jail sentences, because those are great costs not only to the people but to the county and the state. We also are going to be integrating our case management system with the court's case management system. That should be able to reduce time for staff creating files and figuring out, printing out minutes and putting things in those files. Also exploring the feasibility of a third office. This is going to be a critical need probably the next year or 2 years. I've been working with the CAO's office for that. We just don't have private attorneys that'll take these cases. So people who have or if we have conflicts in both cases or both offices, they either don't get an attorney or get an attorney from out of town that they basically can't meet with. So it's pretty dire need.
Is a conflict eternal, or is there a time frame?
It depends.
I haven't had this case in 3 years because we're still sitting on a burg of 135,000 people, and you have a lot of
It's not
frequent
eternal.
flyers.
So the conflict will go away once the case basically is done. Then if the person picks up a new case, unless that case is somehow a part of the old one, that conflict's dead, which actually happens all the time. No, go ahead. Challenges: attracting and retaining qualified lawyers to come up here. It's very difficult to get attorneys, especially newer attorneys, to come up and even begin here. Maintaining a reasonable caseload. I think we're doing a pretty good job of that now. We have a very good team of attorneys that kind of know how to manage their caseloads, even though it is a very high level. Given that they're all experienced, they're able to do it pretty well. Who pays for public defenders? We don't need to get into that. Our proposed budget, $6.1 million. We've reduced 3 full-time employees and an extra help position. We are doing the ARFCA request of $54,000, and that's just in order to maintain our current level of services with the increase in salaries. Public defender main office, $3.7 million. That's a reduction of $88,000. Reduced 2 full-time employees, no request for funds. Conflict counsel, they have a budget of 1.8. They are moving to a new office, so that includes that. They are reducing 1.5 employees. Their request is $54,162, and that is mostly for the wages and the moving. And then for our Measure Z budget, the increase of $56,000 is due to the negotiated salary and benefits. The $200,000 is included in that, and that's making eDefender work with the software from the court. That's it. Any questions?
Supervisor Rowe?
Could you go back to that second to last slide?
That one?
Yes, so your additional request for general fund is 54,000 and change?
For a conflict counsel, yes.
Okay, but the other budget unit didn't have any?
There's
ARCSA?
3, so none for the main
Okay.
office. We were able to move things around for that. Conflict counsels, 54. Oh, Megan got out of jail. And then for the Measure Z, it's an increase of 56,000.
Okay, thank you.
Good timing, Megan. He just said you didn't need any money. You are under the bus, out of jail and under the bus. Do you want to go into your little?
What was that?
Do you have anything to say?
Do you want to add anything?
You showed up with paperwork.
Well, you already did it. I know, he's telling me he already did it. We are requesting the additional funding. Yeah.
Turn her mic on.
Oh.
There you go.
It's on.
Nope.
Okay. We are requesting that additional funding. We're hoping to get it. We do not want to lose additional personnel. As it is with losing the 1 LOA, we now have 2 front office staff, and what I can indicate, and this is actually kind of happening, is
when one has a medical condition or has a family member with a medical condition, then we're left with one, and vice versa if there's any sort of vacation or anything like that. And so it's pretty difficult, particularly because we're getting phone calls every day from our clients, like, I'm late for court, or I need this documentation. And so it really is imperative that we have those two. And then with our social worker as well, it's just been, I can't tell you how effective our social worker has been, just getting people into programs and things of that nature. So we'd like to keep it relatively status quo if at all possible.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson? Supervisor Madrone? Supervisor Bushnell? And I flash back, because I'm glad you made it, because I don't know if I'd know a more compassionate. I flash back into 3 years ago in the elevator when you stepped off with a client who was in distress, who was obviously in a position of houselessness and everything else, and you got off and talked to him, and I got off at the same time and watched, and you just put him at ease. So I was more than impressed with that office. Luke hasn't done that yet, so. Anyway, thank you very much, and he covered your office very well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Thanks. No, you're fine. You're fine. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll take any public comment on any of the presentations.
Chair, I do have a caller on Zoom.
Okay.
Okay, 5288, please star 6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Ken Sawatsky here. One theme seemed to be throughout the presentations was that everybody's getting along well, and when times when budget go down and you're not having one person demeaning somebody else's needs to support yours, that's very encouraging to me. As far as my economic sense of what's going on, things do not look like they're going to get better right away. Our projects where we'll have actual income for sales tax and things are all long-term as far as I can tell. I did want to say one thing. When you're prioritizing the budget here, there's a difference between what is needed and what is want. And there's all kinds of things where people want things and this, that, and the other. Unfortunately, the wants are going to have to go aside. From what I've seen, when you have negative consequences from budget losses, your biggest thing and your biggest need is going to be your law enforcement. Down in Mexico, it's probably 10-to-1 as far as ratio compared to enforcement officers down there. And believe it or not, it does work quite well in many circumstances. I strongly support you continuing to fund the sheriff to your max if you have a trail, but you don't have any security on the trail to make people feel safe if they're not safe in their own homes, if they're not safe just being anywhere. That pretty well makes our economy not function. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important topic, and I appreciate all the presentations and everybody being there so that we can be informed.
Thank you, caller.
That's the only caller I have.
That'll be great. And with that,
A motion to file the report and to post and publish the required public hearings.
So moved.
A second.
been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. With that, we are adjourned.